Alrighty, we are in the process of going live, and you are not seeing me just yet because I am trying to get this whole world kind of set up. I don't know if you can see me just yet. Well, I mean, you can because you're watching either live or on replay, but I'm trying to watch right over here on this, so that way I can read the questions. I look soft focus on this. Do I look soft focus to y'all? I don't know if anybody can see me out there. This, for some reason, looks soft. It may just be the for some reason, the resolution coming through kind of weirdly. Either way, shooting. That's so funny. I didn't realize that this was actually coming through looking all bright like that. All right, so I've never done a live stream with this particular system that I'm using right now. I am using my Sony ZV-1 over there. Come on now. There we go. There we go. Now the lob's starting to go where it's supposed to. Sony ZV-1 is the camcorder. Why do I say camcorder? And that is going into my desktop over there. This is the far corner, and this is where I'm going to be setting up to do the stream stuff tonight. The what am I doing? The audio is coming from the BPTX, the BBTRX, the deity system that you saw me review a little while ago. And so I'll be talking through what I'm doing here tonight as I'm doing this B-roll. I was going to be shooting B-roll tonight, and I figured might as well do a live stream. Last time I did it, I think it went fine. I mean, we talked. There was an audio issue I had, but I'm trying it differently. I'm actually transmitting over there to the other BPTRX going through the system. So if there's any kind of a noise that you hear, that's the reason why. Because if you recall in my review of the BPTRX, there was a little bit of a background noise that I mentioned, kind of a modulation type sound. And so that might be the reason why you were hearing it. Hopefully there is no issues here. Alan, you're awesome. I don't care what sounds he says best to you. When you DJ'd, was there a song, because it was often requested that you had, but prayed no one would request because you hated it so? That's a great question to start out with, I guess. There were quite a few questions. Usually the kinds of ones that I didn't like playing were the ones that were the most common for some of the events I was doing. Things like I wasn't that fond at first, I should say, into the line dancing type songs. The Boot, Scoot, and Boogie. Cha-Cha Slide wasn't around when I first started DJing, but things like that were usually what I started with. Not started with when I was DJing a set or something like that, but if I was doing a wedding, for example, that would usually work in there sometime in the night. I hated the YMCA and doing all the typical wedding stuff. But usually I ended up getting into more current stuff, as that was usually what was popular, and I would do oldies and all kinds of different things. If you are able to hear me out there, I see that there's 9 people watching. Tell me if the audio is coming through okay, because I have no reference for any of that. But back in the 90s is when I did most of my DJing. It was, like Will Smith was popular. He would do like Miami, and I think he had done. One of the things I enjoyed doing is playing into remixes of some of the oldies. So there was what were some of the other things that I enjoyed playing? I enjoyed playing 80s a whole lot, but there was definitely songs that I was not into as. Wait a minute, this is displaying top chat. That's not good. Show me live chat. Oh yes, now there's a lot more. Now there's a lot more comments. Okay. Lighting is low. Cameras like light. Well, am I not showing up okay? I could have sworn I set this right. I look fine and bright on the screen. I can raise it if I need to. Let's see. What was my DJ name? DJ name was Sir Maniac, actually. Originally it was DJ Maniac, and then I started Maniac Productions. But Sir Maniac became a nickname because I found out there was a Maniac Productions out of like Minnesota, Wisconsin, something like that. And about the time I was trying to think about what I wanted to call my new DJ name, I went to Medieval Times, and someone I was with paid for me to be knighted. And I said, and so being someone that loves two-handed swords and, playing that kind of thing, I was like, well, geez, let's call myself Sir Maniac. So then it was DJ Sir Maniac is usually what I went by. You sound fine, but I think there's a delay issue. Yeah, I guess that's in the sound. The sound is a delay. I guess that's the issue. Okay, good. All right, sound fine. Fresh Prince song slap. Agree, sound fine, but out of sync for me. Okay. Well, sorry about that. Unfortunately, I think it's probably going to be It Is What It Is tonight, because I can't go over there and start messing around with settings. But I've never used this in this capacity. We'll try to set this thing up. Go over here. All right. I'm trying to read the chat. So far away. I wish I could make it bigger. Anyway, the first thing that I'm going to be reviewing is actually something that this has been a long time in the making. In the shutdown of 2020, I reached out to Pandemic, who is in the UK, and asked them about reviewing one of their boom poles. And Pandemic makes wonderful boom poles. They're one of the big 5 brands that is still making boom poles, that makes the ones that really you can't touch, the ones that are top tier, in my opinion. And it took them a while, but they finally, at the very end of 2020, they ran out of stock of this particular model of boom. What is that clicking noise? Oh, it's probably this. That's exactly what it is. It's not going to be part of that. As soon as I put a quick release on that, it's not going to click anymore. But in fall of 2020, they said, we're willing to talk to you about doing a review, but we're not. We normally are a pay-to-play company. I said, that's totally fine. And they said, but we might be able to work something out with you, because I had done an event in 2013 down there, and we brought in, this is before we had sound vendors in Atlanta, and I brought in booms from all over, all the major brands, which at the time there were 6 of them. There was Ambient, there was Pandemic here, there was K-Tech, PSC, Loon, and VDB. And I brought in booms from all of that, and we talked about shock mounts and booms and mics and that kind of thing. And when I did this, the Pandemic was difficult to get into America because no one really stocked them. And I was like, look, if you have a premium brand of boom pole, we need to have them. Now, the True Audio locations in Canada, there's 2 of them. I think it's Toronto and Ontario. Those 2 locations, one of the 2 had a Pandemic, and I said, can you send it down for the class? They sent it down, and they were concerned. They were like, look, we have to then pay to get it back up there, and, I don't know what's going to happen. We don't normally deal with Pandemic in the United States, but someone there at that class bought it that day. So when they bought it, they were like, they got all excited because, they were like, well, maybe we should start stocking 1 or 2 in Atlanta. So that event that I did was the one that started selling Pandemics, because people started then saying, trying them and saying, hey, I actually like this thing, so I'm going to order one. And then they started stocking more in America. So Pandemic actually reached out to me and said, we're willing, or they didn't reach out. I reached out to them because I was very interested in reviewing a boom pole. And they said, we're willing to work with you on this. But then they had the part shortage, and then there was a weaving on the inside of this that they were short on because it makes extra strength. And then there was just a lot of issues with their stock going. They were on low stock, and they're like, we can send you one, but then we'd rather sell them. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Make sure you have a stock of them before I do the review. So, thank you very much, Liberty Dude. I just see the donation. So, Pandemic finally. It was a couple months ago. They finally sent me one, and I picked it up, and I started playing with it a bit. And then, of course, what happened? I moved. So this is part of the new studio. And I'm just now getting around to shooting B-roll for that video. I'm still nowhere near actually doing the review. But it is something that I have in the works, and have a lot of good comments on that. So let's see here. Your lighting is fine, folks. Okay, please... Please say happy trees often tonight. Happy trees. You want me to be Bob Ross to you. Happy smoldering trees. See, that's more like it right there. That's more of my style. And what's interesting is that my stream on this device here is actually lagging for some reason. The chat is lagging. Is the chat lagging for you? The one that's on screen? Because it sure looks like it is. I wouldn't expect it to be lagging on the screen, but it sure looks like it is. Because it shouldn't be. You know what? I may zap over there for a second and look. Sorry to be doing this on the stream and just disappearing, but I want to make sure chat is actually flowing the way it's supposed to. And it doesn't appear to be doing that right now. Yeah, it is. Okay, well that's odd. Okay, maybe it's just that the screen wasn't up. But that's okay. While I'm over here, I'm going to make sure I grab this extra battery. So nothing like doing the live stream when you're not even on the camera. Okay. So any more questions? Being from the future, everything lags to me. Okay. So I've already shot some B-roll for the pandemic. What I need to do now is check out each particular segment. I'm going to actually do a shot now of the back so we can see the back part of this. And yeah, we'll float it up in the air like that. Okay. Alrighty. So why am I doing this? Well, I was going to be doing an event like this sometime in the near future, but I decided to do it tonight just because why not? And sorry you guys don't get to see the footage. You'll get to see it in the review when it drops. All right, we're just going to do a nice pan on this one. Okay. Done. You saw me do a piece of B-roll. So it should end the stream now. Chat. Still nothing. Okay, that's fine. We'll continue to blab away. Pandemic booms are really neat because they have a different type of outer layer on it. I guess you could call it. They normally people get them, and they one of the things that's really cool about them is that they actually have this like nylon wrap around it. So a lot of people will get them because of that nylon wrapping. Oh, that's going to be kind of a cool shot. One second, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I don't know if it's going to turn out, but if it does, it'll be cool. That was a shot basically showing the nylon weave on it. It's very, very nicely woven. You can't really tell because it's dark. But again, you'll see in the video. But what this does is it allows you to touch this as opposed to the carbon fiber when it's cold. So there's a lot of really deep features on this particular type of boom pole because it's not like most other booms. It's got some differences. Like you cannot internally coil cable this at all or internal straight cable this. You can't put a cable through this at all. And part of the reason is because of what I'm about to get into in the live stream footage. Being from the future. How are you liking your new digs? What does digs mean? I'm not cool, so I don't know this terminology. I'm guessing that means this where I'm shooting, this house, and where we are. I'm liking it. It's it's a great location. It's a great place, and the house is big. It's a lot bigger of a house than we're used to. So it's a little bit more to maintain. We do have a house cleaner that comes once a month, and then aside from that, we're doing dishes pretty much daily and stuff, because we have a big family. But we have guests and people coming over to visit, and it's good. It's good. It's a lot of fun. Let's just bang everything up. But yeah, I'm enjoying the house. Let's do that right there. We'll do this. If you recall, I used to be a videographer. So trying to make this look kind of interesting is going to be kind of fun, because back in the day, I did a lot of video production. But that was in the 90s, before everything went digital and got a lot more complicated, truth be known. I like how it's floating off the... floating now. Any more questions? Let's see if there's any more questions coming in. Are you using Lav? The stream sounds great. I am. It's I said at the very beginning of the stream, but if you're not watching the replay, you're going to miss that. It is actually the Deity BPTRX system, and I'm using the standard Lav that comes with the BPTRX, and it is inside this hat, this K-Tech hat I'm wearing, and it's transmitting over there and going through my sound devices Mix Pre 6, so it's probably signal-wise about as good as it's going to get. So it's following me. It's right here with me on my head, so I can very easily stay with it as I'm talking. So I'm going to do this shot real quick where I scroll in there and... garbage. This is not the best slider. I really cheapened out on this slider, and I probably shouldn't have. Yeah, time to get a new slider for sure. Gotta talk to some of my friends, see what they would recommend. Not that I do a whole lot of B-roll, but when it sticks on my finger there... Let me just unloosen this all the way. Unloosen. That would be tightening, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. That was it. Where is it? Might try it this way instead. I'm zoomed way in, and focus is locked, so we'll try it this way. If you watch my streams, you'll see me doing these shots, but then when it makes it into the video, sometimes they don't look all that smooth, but I'm a sound guy, not a camera guy. Garbage. That was pretty bad. All right, loosen up here. That wasn't bad. Okay. But yeah, that's what I'm doing tonight. BPTRX with the standard law that comes with it into a transmitter, transmitting over to my computer, and then it's going out over the air. Camera is the Panasonic or the Sony ZV-1. Sorry about that, camera. I don't want to offend you over there. Any more questions? I discovered this channel. Great. Well, thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it. I'll do live streams sometimes. I'll do, all kinds of different things over here. Anything to basically keep myself from being bored. I like doing fun stuff, and that's one of the reasons why I troll a lot. And I troll Bandrew quite a bit. I troll Curtis Judd, which, people have said, he's so nice. He's like Mr. Rogers. How are you going to troll Mr. Rogers? I'm like, well, I know. I guess I'm a jerk sometimes. But there we go. Look at that. That's going to be a nice shot. Yes, now I just need to set focus and hope I can keep it along the entire way. Wow, that's better than it deserves to be. Okay, let's shoot that. All right, I'm going to do this with a little bit of a pan now. Going too fast, slow down. There's a balance between going too fast and too slow, and if I go too slow, then what happens is I start to push it and it sticks a little bit. If I go too fast, then it's blurry on the screen. So I mean, I can, I guess, go. I have two options on this camera. I can either go HD and do high speed, 60 FPS, or I can go 4K, which allows me to do some like zooming in effects and stuff like that in my videos. But that's only going to be 30 FPS. So if I slow it down a little bit, then it's going to be a little bit awkward looking. Hey, I had a question. I just bought a boom mic and I hear RF interference while using it. Oh, what do you think it might be? Most likely the cause of this, the mic itself, XLR cable. Tell me which microphone you bought. Yes, exactly what Sparkyo said. What is the microphone that you're talking about here? There is various different things, and it could be the cause of it. And you gotta, and I gotta know what those things are before. I gotta know what microphone we're talking about here before I can make a good assessment. So tell me what that is, and then I'll let you know what my thoughts are. I'm going to do a high-speed pass on this because that just looks really good. No, you know what? I'm going to go this way and go into it. Is that sharp? Let me see. Is it going to be sharp if I go over here? No, it's not. I'm going to have to focus as I go. Oh, man. We'll try this while you tell me which microphone it is. Whew, I think that was better than it deserves to be, but awesome. That was surprisingly good. I mean, it may have looked jumpy on this or choppy, but I tell you, because it's high speed at 60 FPS, I'll slow it down to like 2.5%, and it'll be fine. A cheapo Panasonic mic. That might be your issue. Because a lot of the times, cheaper microphones, they're not shielded properly, or their wiring might be goofy on the inside of it. A cheap Panasonic mic. You did say Panasonic, right? A cheapo Panasonic mic. What would a Panasonic mic be? I don't even know what it could be. None of them really ring a bell. But if it's a cheap Panasonic microphone, it may just be grounded weirdly and not be great for that purpose. It also depends on the cable that you're going through. If it's a cheap microphone, chances are it's not even using XLR. If you're using like on a camera or something like that, if it is XLR, check and make sure it's balanced, because a lot of the cheap microphones, which I would expect Panasonic to actually be balanced out if it's an XLR. But if it's a 1/4 inch, you know that the reason why is probably because it's only got the positive signal on the ground. But if it's an XLR, it should have a positive, a polarity reverse channel, a negative, and then a ground. So, but it might not. So you might want to look into that and see if that's the reason why. Because if it doesn't have a polarity reverse channel, then it's going to have a lot of issues that it's going to try to. Hold on a second. Okay. Polarity reversal is in the video I did where I talked about XLR cables. I did it recently, like in the past couple of months. What I did is I showed that the positive that comes down through through an XLR cable, is actually the polar opposite. It's completely 180 degrees out of phase with the pin 2 that goes through. So what they do is they take those two channels that comes out of the microphone, it splits into two, and then by flipping one of them and then sending that as a dedicated line, any interference that hits both of the channels will then, when the negative channel flips back, it's going to invert that interference, and by doing so, that interference is going to be greatly reduced, if not completely eliminated, and the signal will basically be put back on the other side. So it's a really cool little effect, and I demonstrate this in the video. But if a cheap Panasonic microphone, let me see. Oh, okay. I'll answer your question in a second, Paul K. But that would be the big reason I would suspect, is most likely it's related to the I would say it's most likely related to the fact that the microphone isn't balanced if it's an XLR. If it's not XLR, then that's probably your problem. A lot of the time, the microphones that go into cameras like this will pick up some of the weird grounding issues of the camera. So if it's a Panasonic, it might be that it's a camera mic on top of camera mic. And if it's having noise issues, that may be why. Let me see if... what exactly, you have RF interference while using it, so it's probably not shielded someplace. If it is an XLR, then there's probably an issue where the XLR is not balanced. It's probably an XLR, but there is no pin 2. So how do movies avoid studio light reflections in eyewear? A lot of the time, if you watch Kevin Basic Filmmaker's video he just got through doing, he basically is wearing glasses and he's pointing them straight forward. What they usually end up doing is one of a couple of different things that will help. The first thing is that what they'll do is they'll treat the glasses. In the modern era, they'll treat glasses so that way the glasses will not actually reflect that have that glare. They're not going to be reflected. You can actually get treatment on glasses now that helps reduce the glare. And the other thing is that they'll put the lighting. Kevin says instead of putting your studio lights in the front like this, put them over to the side. Well, a lot of the times in movies and TV shows, they will do that. It used to be they put them up high in the ceiling and they'd be angling down. So as long as actors were looking this way, you're not going to run into seeing a lot of those lights. In some of the older movies with glasses, they would shoot more. Or they'd shoot less in close-ups and more in wider shots, so you wouldn't see them as much. But they did use a lot of very high lights, and so you'd see the shadows of the people fall way down low. But there was also using big sources that are huge. Like if I were to blast a light at this entire wall and light up that whole wall, the best people that light the DPs, the best DPs I've worked with are people that light the room, and then the actors walk through it and they're exposed properly. You can cut and adjust the light level on like a darker skinned person would need a little bit of a boost, and a lighter skinned person you'd want to cut the light off of them so that way their flesh tones match better. So you'll play with it a little bit that way and tweak it, but for the most part you use big open sources and light the room. And because the cameras now have you can put like very low ISOs, very low apertures. You could be wide open or like a 1.8, something like that, very low, and then you're gonna have a normal shutter speed, and it's gonna look great on video. In the film era, it used to be that you had to have a lot of light. Otherwise, the film wouldn't expose properly. If it was too dark, it would look grainy. Well, digital is the exact opposite. Digital, you don't really have as much noise when it's low light. It's pretty much clear. When you get it too bright, then it blows out, and you can't get those colors back. So that's usually the difference between there. But they usually don't shoot in a whole lot of light. They'll shoot in what's considered to be very low light. You walk on set, and sometimes it's dark, and you're like, how is this enough light to expose? But the cameras are able to do it. And by lighting the room as opposed to lighting the set with independent little lights, or they still will put lights up high if it's like on the background or something like that, or they'll block off the reflections from, like if a light source is angling down, for example, what they'll do is they'll block it off from the actors, and so that way it's lighting behind them or next to them. Either that, or they'll got to be blocking in or lighting from behind and bouncing more forward. So that's usually how they'll do that. Could one of Alan's XLR cables get rid of the noise? It depends. If it is a balanced issue with a XLR that's just not balanced, any balanced cable may fix it. And in that case, my cable would absolutely fix it. But if it's not, if that's not the issue, then no, it wouldn't fix it at all. If it's just an RF issue and it's not a BNC, then no. It's usually okay for pin 1 and pin 3 to be soldered together. I see that a lot inside of microphones. You probably wouldn't get any signal if it's connected to pin 2. Pin 1 and pin 3. Pin 1 is ground, and pin 3 would be the negative. Pin 2 would be the hot that would just go out. So if it's pin 1 and pin 3 that are soldered together, then it's not a traditionally considered balanced cable. It's not going to be ideal. When actors don't wear glasses but their character does, the frames could be without lenses. No, we would definitely notice it, especially in the 4K realm. That's ground and shield. No, it's not. Not on a BNC, it's not. A return, no, it's not. Not on a BNC, it's not. Pin number 1 is ground, pin number 2 is positive, pin number 3 is negative. And the return, as you're talking about, or the drain as it's sometimes referred to, is through the ground. And believe me, I've done a lot of XLRs. That's the reason why on the inside of like regular cables, you'll have 2 different cables wrapped in a shield. Well, that shield becomes pin 1, the drain. Pin number 2 is the positive. If pin number 1 and pin number 3 are jumped together, then it's not a true BNC. It's not a true XLR cable. It's not basically benefiting at all from the excellence that is an XLR cable. I mean, you're not benefiting from it at all at that point. You basically have it like an unbalanced cable. So I'm conflating negative with return. Yeah. The negative is basically that which is the polarity reverse, or as I always refer to it, as out of phase. The entire thing is out of phase. Did this thing shut off? No, I shut it off. No, I didn't. It just went off. Okay. So let me do a couple more shots here. Otherwise, I'll get myself talking about this stuff, and I'll never, ever, ever get my B-roll done. Ow. That sucked. Liberty, I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's good to see you again. Sure. Great. It's in focus. It's fine. I'll end up using it at some point. I do a lot of different shots of different parts of the pole. That's like the Delrin that's on the inside of a K-Tech. I think I'm almost done with this. I shot a lot of it before you guys tuned in. These poles are so cool. Let me see if I can find... Yes, I need to show that. Okay. The Panamic. Man, it's so low light. I'm going to have to go ISO up a little bit. Why am I doing it so dark? Because my B-roll is always dark. I always like to do things like this. But in this case, I'm going to have to... Is that 4K? Yeah, it is. All right, let's open this thing up a little bit. Sorry, I'm not talking right now. Give me a split second here. Trying to find the best settings, and then go ISO down. You're goofy. Okay. All right, I'm just going to do a still of this because I'm shooting 4K. I'm going to digitally zoom in on it. I know exactly what I'm going to use this shot for. Panamics are really cool because as the pressure, each segment is actually under pressure. And over the course of use and time, what's going to happen is it will lose some of that. So you can actually tighten it again. And so it saves you from having to send it in for maintenance. It's kind of it saves maintenance there a little bit. Seeing the first half of the new season of Stranger Things. That dropped? Season 4 dropped? I don't even know. I was wondering, when you worked on the show, do you keep up with it? Or just follow the shows that you did the work on? That is a great question. I worked on Stranger Things season 2, and it was a neat experience. It was fairly fresh. I came in the first block, only a few days into the show. I had finished Walking Dead season 7. We went into Stranger Things, and it was only like a few days into production. And over the course of the show, the show was obviously popular by that point. People knew what it was, and they knew how awesome the show was. But there was another aspect of it where the kids were like instant stars, and they didn't really know it. Winona Ryder, everyone knows her from, back in the 80s and all of her work. And I don't know if you remember when she robbed that store back in the 90s or whatever it was. And we were like, what? Why did she do that? Well, it was like she was... Which way does this thing go? It's this way. That's what I thought. It's low light in here, so it's hard for me to tell. But there's a lot on the show. When you're working on it, it became one of those things where people suddenly knew it. It was suddenly one of those phenomenon shows that just everyone was like, wow, Stranger Things, Stranger Things, Stranger Things. So it was kind of cool saying that you worked on it, being that was when the show was first like really hitting it big. The show was out already. Everyone knew it. The kids were kind of, had that star status that showed up fairly early. But there was also none of the kids were really big-headed. And so there was, David Harbour, who plays the sheriff. I forgot his name. I forgot the mom's name. Winona Ryder. I forgot all the kids' names. It's really sad. But their characters, I saw them go from the little kid from season 1 to kind of pushing into the creepiness of it a little bit. 11 was always pretty intense. She would laugh and she was jolly. She's a British girl. And then the second they would say action, she would instantly flip a switch and become 11, and she could cry or do whatever she needed to for that role. And the second they would say cut, she's like, oh my gosh, and this is what I was saying before. And she'd jump right back into her story, and we're like, wow. I mean, it's like we were laughing, like it's almost like being bipolar. She was so good at flipping back and forth. It was kind of concerning and a little creepy, actually. But it was really cool because she was spot bang. But over the course of time, she's done a lot of other shows. And as I understand it, and I don't know this firsthand, but she's got a bit of an ego on her now. And again, I have only heard this from other friends that have worked on the shows that she's worked on. But she used to hang out, and I used to, between lighting setups and stuff, it would be a long lighting setup, and I would go out there and yo-yo. I'd practice on my yo-yo. I decided I was going to pick it up again. Never really did a great job with it, but sorry, I'm just concentrating on this. That'll do fine for that. It's in focus. But I used to just yo-yo. I'd practice all my string tricks and stuff, basic tricks, not really great. And over the course of time, she would see me out there. Some of the kids would see me. The crew would see me out there, and I would always tell people, "Look, I'm not great at it. I'm trying to get back into it." And Millie used to just come by and watch me. She would be outside if it was during a lighting setup. Sometimes she'd be out there. I have videos of me practicing yo-yoing, and she's over there chatting away all jolly like. But now she's, as I understand it, and of course this is secondhand information, so don't go and quote me on this. She's become a little bit of a diva. So I don't know if I went to that show again, if what I would think. I don't know if the magic would be gone, because over the course of the show it did start to get a little crazier. And it didn't seem as magical anymore, like I was told from the crew, the sound department that worked on it the first season. They were like, oh yeah, it was quite magical. Everybody really loved it, and it was really awesome. But I mean, it was still neat to work on. There was still some really cool things that happened, and I got the chance to work with, what's that director's name? Sean Levy. Sean Levy was the director who did he's done a lot of big movies. Look him up if you don't know him, but he's a great director. The one thing about him that was kind of cool, even from a sound department perspective, is he understands performance and how to drive it. And so one of the things he would do is he would say, I want music. So I want to play music, and he would pick certain songs that would really drive the emotion that he was trying to get out of the actors for the scene. And then he would say, okay, and now that there were this, do the scene, do it action-wise. And then once he dialed in the performance, he'd be like, okay, get in there, stop the music, deliver the lines. And, he would stop, and that was the way it was. He wasn't telling them to deliver the lines. He was like, he would tell the actors, when wait until the music's gone before you say your line. So we'd be playing it where I'm like holding the boom up there, I'm shaking my head saying, this isn't going to work. The first few times I was like, this isn't going to work. And then he'd kill it. They deliver the lines. I'm like, wow, it worked great. So it was one of those things where it didn't seem like it, but he knows his craft very well. Sean Levy is brilliant. And I enjoyed working with him. Also Andrew Stanton, he's one of the brainchilds behind the Finding Dory, Finding Nemo. He does a lot of Pixar movies, but he also directed a couple episodes of Stranger Things, and he was great. I think if I remember correctly, I think he directed episodes 203 and 204. I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember exactly. He might have done 5 and 6, but he was great. He was just so down to earth. He'd come over there and talk to us. The best thing to me about that season was working with Sean Astin. Sean Astin was just amazing. I loved him from The Goonies. I loved him as Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings. He's done so many brilliant roles. And for him to just walk on set and be the most down-to-earth, cool guy was so awesome. He'd just come to set, and while he would just come to set early sometimes, and he would say, so, and he'd just start talking about a story. He'd tell us a story. We're all laughing like crazy. I don't want to tell some of these stories here, but gosh, he had some really funny ones. There was a funny one about doing an Adam Sandler movie, a funny one about his daughter. He was talking about, this is one story I will tell. He was doing like an Ironman type competition where he was running, swimming, and whatever else, and he wasn't thinking about his feet. And as I think he got his feet wet because he swam or ran through water or something like that, and he was bicycling, and then he was running, and as he was running, he was feeling like, when your feet get wet and they're inside of a shoe, how it kind of makes a slippery type feeling. Well, he just thought his feet were slippery and wet. It ended up being that he had rubbed off all the skin on his feet. So as he's running, as soon as he gets done with the race and he's all happy and he takes his shoes off, his feet are rubbed raw. And the skin was in bad shape. It was just torn up. And his wife and daughter were like, you can't do this again. You can't do this again. He said, I just need to prepare better. Anyway, it was a really funny story when he told it. But let me see if I answered your question. I didn't. I just talked about everything else around that. I didn't even answer the question. Brilliant. That's totally an Alan thing to do, isn't it? I watched season 1 because everybody told me I should. And I thought, this is kind of a cool show. So when I worked on it, I was excited about working on it. Then I wanted to see what they did. It ended up being the weakest season, according to the ratings. People hated it, especially episode 7. But anyway, I did watch season 3 because I wanted to see what happens. I know that they're only having 5 seasons and the show's being canceled. The kids are no longer kids. They're all legal adults. So I will probably watch season 4 just to see where it where it picked up and where it went, Hopper and Russia and that whole thing. I'm very curious to see what happens. I'm curious to see what also happens at the finish of the show. Usually when I watch a show, it's because people at work are nonstop talking about it. They're like, this is so cool, this is so cool, this is so cool. The Boys was one of those. The Boys, when season 1, people were I kept hearing people talk about Homelander, and man, he just, did you see that? That was wicked. And I'm like, okay, what is this show, The Boys? And they're like, imagine if superheroes, you've heard of the phrase, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Well, imagine if superheroes are backed by $1 billion corporation and they're just like doing whatever they want. And I'm like, wow, that's actually pretty cool. So I started watching The Boys, and I watched season 1, and then I watched season 2, and I'm like, this show is wicked. So I know season 3 is coming soon, so I'm going to be watching that. But as a general rule, I don't really watch a lot of shows. I watch older stuff. Now, I just got through working on Doom Patrol. I finished Legacies about 3 weeks ago, and I worked the following week covering a boom operator I love to death named Joey. He was actually the sound utility on Stranger Things season 1. He's now a boom operator, but he's the boom operator over on Doom Patrol, and he wanted to take a week off and do some work. And so he took a week off, and then the following Monday he was off too, and I covered him. And then I taught a class on Tuesday and did the Doc Justice Microsone live stream with for Halter Technical that night. And then the day after, somebody came and picked me up in his private plane, flew me up to Nashville. I did a tour for an upcoming video, and then he flew me back. And I was like, wow, that's awesome. So that's going to be an upcoming video when it's ready. And then I was called to cover him again, the same guy, Joey. So I covered him Thursday, Friday, and all of this week except for today. So I actually finally had a chance to sleep in for a day, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I actually have a day off because I haven't had a day off in a long time. It's literally been since beginning of January. But anyway, so life is good. And so I'll watch shows. Like I didn't really get into Game of Thrones until people were talking about the Red Wedding. And people are like, Alan, you liked Lady Hawk. You've talked a lot about like swords and stuff. You probably love Game of Thrones. I'm like, fine, I'll give it a shot. So I tried it, and I was like, wow, this show is really awesome. But occasionally I'll do, Todd Weaver. Look at that. Todd Weaver's in here. So he just heard me talking about how I loved working on his team. I didn't even know he was in here. But yeah, I was covering for his boom operator, Joey. And I tell you, Todd is one of those guys. I told him when I was working with him, I said, dude, I would love to like work with you more, because he is one of the mixers that actually is smart regarding tech stuff. He is so freaking smart. I'm able to ask him tech questions. I'm able to ask for a clarification on something that's electric that I've never known. Because he's done some really, really, amazing. He used to just at 3 a.m. get bored and decide he was going to take apart, a tube preamp from the 50s and fix it. And it's like, wow, who does that? He does it. He's brilliant. It was working with him, his utility, Billy, and then covering for Joey. So happy Friday, Todd. I'm getting my ground planes messed up. It's pin 3 to body of the microphone shield. That is okay. If you're talking about ground planes, you're talking about antennas. Because pin 1 on an XLR is what you would take to the case. That's how you ground tie it. I did end up watching The Boys on your recommendation. Archer, there you go. It was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Season 2 is coming out very soon. I can't wait for that. Filet of fish, Nick. Yes, there's a joke. And actually, Nick, Todd Weaver, 5 comments above yours, is the sound mixer that I was working with that actually got a filet of fish. Kind of funny. Just throwing, thank you, Rhett Deal, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Just throwing some funds your way as thank you for quality and information content. Thank you. Absolutely. Very much appreciate it. Oops. Almost blocked you. Yeah, I scrolled up and it said action report or block. And then I went to close it, and luckily I missed the button. But I cleared it by almost hitting block accidentally. So block the guy that sends me a $10 donation. Isn't that an Alan thing to do? Okay, so the next product I'm going to actually put out here to shoot B-roll of are going to be, coming up soon, the Rycote microphones. I feel bad about this because Rycote sent these things to me months ago, and I did all the testing for them during Thanksgiving, during the week of Thanksgiving. So I was in my old house when I finally released the video, which is going to be soon now that I'm shooting the B-roll. It is a lot of edits because I compared the shorter version of this microphone to, oh geez, this is the short shotgun. So I compared it to the Rode NTG5 and the Sanken CS M1. And then I compared the longer version, the HC22. That's the 15. This is the 22. I compared the 22 to the Sennheiser MKH416 and the NTG3. So they're all similar priced microphones or have similar features. But these are going to be neat. Here's the thing. I did the tests. And when I did the testing of them, I went higher and higher and higher like I did in multiple different locations. And because I had to basically take the audio, I have to level it because I don't ever do post-processing on it. I have to level it all at every single one of the heights, and then I have to make sure that they're matched to each other, so that way not one of them sounds louder than another. But as you start going higher, the acoustics change on them. So you have to do it by ear. You have to do it partially by level. It's not easy. Because the higher it goes, the more it's going to change. And if I don't level match them correctly, you'll hear the ambient noise shift. Even if the noise does shift, the microphone level needs to sound the same on the actor, on the voice. So it's like really, really crazy trying to imagine how difficult it is to do these. I calculated that between all the different cuts and everything that I've done, because I have to put the graphic that swaps from microphone 1, microphone 2, microphone 3, and then when I'm going to identify them, I'm going to keep them where you don't know what they are, and then I'm going to let you know what they are later. That way you can tell me which one you like the best of. But there's something like 720 cuts just in the microphone test between these two microphones and the ones I'm comparing to. It is so crazy because of all the different heights, because of cutting around, and because of all the different graphics. It is taking forever. I need like 2 different locations to cut those things up, and then I need to do the presentation video. And most of what I can do is kind of cool. I don't need to really review it from the perspective of, this is a microphone, this is the build quality, this is what it comes with, and this is how it all the amazing things you can do with it, and just talk about it. I don't need to do that. I can show the specs and do like I normally do, but most of the time, what people care about is the way it sounds. It's a microphone. I can blab about it. I can show B-roll shots of it, which is cool. I can, do the same thing that everyone else does, or I can actually test it, and I prefer to test it. So you're going to hear me talk about I'll talk briefly about the build quality. There's a couple of really cool features about it. And then I'm going to basically do what I do, and I'm going to take it up higher and higher and higher. And when I do that, it's going to you're going to hear it in different locations. So that's these microphones and what I'm going to be doing when I test. And my final thoughts, I'm not going to share now. I'm going to share later. So anyway. Alrighty. No harm, no foul. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and do a couple of shots of this thing. Why are you freaking out, camera? I've been wanting to sell this camera, not because it's freaking out, but the reason I want to sell it is because I really like this Sony ZV-1. That's the one that's handling the live stream. I like simple, and it's a simple. What is this? There it is. It's a very simple system. Let me just do this shot real quick. This is a mirrorless camera. It's a Panasonic Lumix G7. You can actually do a little trick on it to turn the 30-minute recording limitation, turn it off, and record as long as you want to in 4K. You can't do that in 1080p, just 4K. But you can also there's some really cool things that really cool features it has, but I just prefer more of a point and shoot, easygoing type. An easygoing type camera. So, well, that's garbage. You know what? I'll do that in a second. I'm going to have to do this first. Where are you? There you are. I'm going to do a quick... There you go. I'll get in focus and I'll pan down. And of course, I'm too close. Brilliant. Where is the minimum focus length? Nick, I'm glad you're in here tonight, man. Nick is someone who, when I was doing my first Deity Connect video, he reached out to me with some questions and talking to me about it. And he's also a fan of the Connect system. And so he started talking to me a whole lot about it. And I would bounce, since he was constantly tricking out his system and playing with his, I started asking him questions. What do you think about this feature, and how does it work for you? And I was using his opinions to help, because I get a lot of information off of forums and stuff like that too, regarding what people's thoughts are about the certain features. Like, is anybody else doing these? Because I don't know the answer to that. It's prosumer as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know if its features are, if there's anything else in the prosumer or consumer world that does that. So I would ask those kinds of questions. So that way the information I provide is accurate. Hold on 1 second. There goes that garbage of a... That's the world's worst slide. Okay. So anyway, I would talk to Nick about different aspects of the Deity Connect system. And when I would talk to him also after the review would drop, and he was constantly tricking out his system and playing with something. He would give me more settings that I would then go that would work really well, and I'd try those. And he helped get me up to speed on a lot of the tricking out of things in the Deity world, which is really awesome. And over the course of time, we've talked about other aspects of wireless. Oh, come on. Hold on 1 second. Garbage. This is terrible. I should just go high speed and sling it. Like, if I could go really, really fast, I would. But I can't. Actually, you know what? Stop this and do this as a high speed. Anyway, so Nick and I had bounced a lot of ideas off of each other regarding just different aspects. He also likes hearing war stories. So I would tell him a lot of war stories from set and stuff like that. Okay, let's go the other way. Come on, slide properly. Oh, whatever. It's gonna be fine. But anyway, he's become a friend over the years, and we just enjoy talking and talking sound. He's one of those guys like me that just enjoys talking sound all the time, so I can certainly jive with that. It's great. So, man, are you really out of that dim? Oh, I know what I should do. I'll do that. Yes. That's gonna be good, provided I can get you in focus. Can I actually make that work? That's not going to be a good shot if I do that. Now with this slider, it's going to suck. There. That's good. Okay. This is probably the shot that's going to be better anyway. Hold on 1 second. That's much better. I'll just probably use that one. Anyway, so Nick's become a good friend of mine, and we talk quite a bit. We text a lot about sound because he enjoys. He keeps getting a lot of questions. He keeps and then he likes hearing war stories. So I talk a whole lot about different aspects of sound with him. Alan, you're right. Everything regarding what I said on XLR. I'm getting my wires crossed in every interpretation. Multi-failing while working through different grounding issue. Gotcha. Okay, cool. The rail slider tripod looks pretty handy for B-roll. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's just, it's better when it's faster. And when it goes slow, that's when you feel all the little bumps in the slide. It's garbage. It really is. If I did more B-roll, I'd get a better slider. In the meantime, I just fight it. By the way, I may be wrong, but I think you can record in 980, 920, without a limit on the G7 using the AVC HD instead of MP4 if you want. Maybe. I think you're talking about 920 by 1080. Unless you mean 980. Maybe that's a 4K format. Oh, 1080. Then you say, we needed DeLorean to record in 1980. Todd Weaver. Chris Harris recommends coating the slider rail with bacon grease to improve performance. Avoid Zaxcom branded bacon. That sounds exactly like some Chris Harris recommendations. And Chris Harris is, of course, he has got a great sense of humor. If you don't know who Chris Harris is, he's a sound mixer. He just did The Resident. He is one of those guys that he's extremely intelligent, very intelligent, and he also has thick skin. And he I don't know if he enjoys being trolled, but he has certainly trolled a whole lot. Oh, that'll be a cool shot. Yeah, that'll be a cool shot. But he's a very intelligent guy, and he has really cool tastes in gear. And is this high speed? Yes, it is. Okay, good. That's gonna look a lot better. And then I might rotate this on a bit of an angle then. Can I keep my fingers out? Survey says no. I'm going to go this way. Come on now. Anyway, Chris is very, very intelligent. He has a lot of technical knowledge and skills. He also is we often joke and troll with him. He's got a good thick skin. He's not bothered by that, or at least he doesn't pretend. He doesn't seem to be. But no, he's a good guy, and that's where that Chris Harris joke came from. Man, come on now. Yeah, that was it finally. Let's look at the chat. One can move faster, smoother, and fix it in post, slowing down the footage. Yes, but here's the thing. If you slow it down in post, then it takes one frame and it stretches it, and so it looks more like it strobes. I don't want that. I'd rather just shoot it right. You know me. I'd rather do it right. Ooh, that's pretty in there. What on earth? Looks almost like it was... Oh, I see what they're doing. They're eliminating a floating ground. Ooh, that's cool, though. Let me see if I can actually light that up on the inside by doing a cool lighting effect. Let me go over here and grab my flashlight. Let me see if I think I can do this. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to shoot this in 4K. Shoot this shot in 4K. right there. That's it. That is the money. So now what I need to do is what I'm doing now is I'm trying to light this thing up right in line and in axis and make it, I'm squeezing my hand around this, so lighting tricks for you, as opposed to lighting this whole background and making it overexposed. What I'm trying to do, or doing this, maybe that would do it. I would just have to take down the level a little bit with my hand. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to dial it in on just that little opening. Just giving it enough light where that's going to help it expose. That's it right there. Because it's pretty much, let me see. Sorry. Because it is all very bright in there, there's a lot of gold. Yeah. Sorry. Because there's a lot of gold on the inside, you can actually see that the pins, there's a wraparound. I really should show this better. I should really show this in a, I wonder if I can do a roll like that. Let's see. Can I do this? Maybe. And then I'll roll it. Will that work? It's so bright. But it actually isn't overexposing. So maybe. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, let me see if there's a way for me to do it without seeing my hand. Maybe the Rycoat box. I should be rolling on this just in case I get it right. Okay, rolling the other way. All right, that was actually surprisingly good. And it wasn't rolling! Garbage! Why weren't you rolling? Okay, we're out. Okay, cool. I don't want to make it seem like I don't take B-roll seriously. It's just a lot of the times I'll use a little piece of it. If you notice my B-roll segments, it's really sad what I do. Some of the stuff I do on the channel. I'll have a review that's like 20 minutes long, and I'll take all my B-roll and I'll just use it like a second and a half, and I'll dissolve in and out and stuff and blow through all my B-roll shots in 25 seconds. I'm like, crap, that sequence looked really cool though. But it's just, I'm a really goofy producer. What can I say? Okay, so let's see if there's any more questions coming in here. Horse Taco, have not seen you in a while. Drama is better. Name 5 audio YouTubers that suck. I probably can't. I mean, honestly, I don't really watch YouTubers that suck. I have a hard enough time keeping track of the ones I like. I can tell you much easier YouTubers I like. I watch Kevin Basic Filmmaker. I watch Curtis Judd. Tom Buck, Worth It or Not. I watch the Bandry Says podcast. I don't always watch the podcastage videos, truth be known, because a lot of the large diaphragms and stuff like that don't really work into my world. But darn you, Alan, fix it in post is always the right answer. Horse Taco. Oh man, it's been some time since I've been in one of those streams. Yeah, you were part of the big live stream I did here 2 years ago, Horse Taco, where I was doing B-roll, I think, for like 5.5, 6 hours, something like that. So if you're going to continue to take B-roll, of the inside of a cable, invest in a ring light. It is not the prettiest view, but if you turn down the light to max brightness, you can fall the light off. Yes, but here's what I was trying to do. I was trying to keep everything else the fixed exposure, but I was trying to just light up the connector. So that's why I was doing it the way I was doing it, where I was just lighting up on the inside there. Chris Harris recommends using the LED lights on the front panel of the 788T to light the shot instead of the common flashlight. Pro gear is important for the end result. And also, another fun aspect, another thing that Chris Harris always recommends doing is he always recommends using the slate mic on a 788T for everything. And if you can, get that mounted to a gooseneck so you can use it if you use a Scorpio or a Kantar X3 or a Zaxcom Diva, something like that. He likes that microphone a lot. Oh, I'm remembered. Yes, you are, Horse Taco. I remember you were in Discord and you were talking for a while. You were even one of the server boosters for a while, and then you vanished, and I guess life got in the way. Or you just decided you didn't like me anymore. Who knows? I know one that does. Liberty Dude. What is that? What are you referring to there, Nick? I'm trying to use self-control to avoid the joke, though. I don't even know what that's a reference to. Okay. Oh, yes, those vents are really cool. I need to get a shot of those. Zoom in really tight. And it'll be in 4K, so it'll definitely be good. Yeah, this can be a purdy shot. A purdy shot! All purdy. Yeah, let me slide it this way. I hope I don't see my hand. Uh-oh, you out of focus? You sure are. Let's not do the out of focus thing. Okay, good. Alrighty. When jokes go over the head. Oh, gotcha. Haha. Life did get in the way. I still check out the channel every little while, but work has been busy, so I do drone work full-time right now. We're rushing to finish a project for the state. Very good. That's really cool. Drone work. I started last year working on a Part 107 license. I have the course from the Pilot Institute. I got about half the way through it. Then life got in the way for me. And I said, you know what? I'm going to be awesome. And I'm just going to remember it all, I'm sure. And I stepped away from it for about a month and a half. And then when I came back and tried picking up the course where I left off, they were throwing out terms. I'm like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. And so then all of a sudden I was like, I got to go restart the thing. And so as soon as I realized I have to restart the course, I have not been back ever since. I need to. There's some really cool shots I wanted to get for sound speeds. The reason why I actually looked into getting a 107 to begin with is because I thought about buying a drone and using it for some shots on my YouTube channel. But my friend Andre at Worth It or Not said, if you do that, FAA will come knocking on your door and they'll fine you. I'm like, wait a minute, why? I didn't know what I didn't know. And now I know. You can't shoot 44809 and expect and put that on a monetized YouTube channel and have the FAA be fine with it. You have to be licensed. So I was like, so I have not done that yet, but I plan on getting a drone at some point after I get my 107. I'm not gonna do it until then, because if I got some cool footage, even though I would be flying, as a recreational, if I got some cool shots, I'd want to use them. And the thing is, though, if you're flying recreationally, technically, you could use footage that if you're flying for fun and you're recording it, you could end up, I guess, using it as long as you are not trying to technically shoot something that you're planning on using. If you're just flying for fun and you're like recording and you're like, oh, that was a really cool shot, I might use that for something. Technically, it's all right, even though it's kind of gray. But I don't want to go there. I don't want to run the risk of upsetting the FAA. I don't want to run the risk of just doing things non-legitly. I like doing things legit. So I'm going to get a 107 and do it the right way. Can you see the joke stain on the wall behind him? The joke stain. Congratulations, Horse Taco. Evening, Alan. I recently discovered your channel. I'm so glad I did. You make great content. Thank you very much, Joey. I appreciate that. I work really hard to try to create content that is not really easily found on YouTube. There's a lot of hobbyists that seem to know enough to get by on a lot of topics. So I don't really cover a lot of that kind of stuff. What I do cover is the kind of things that most of the time pros don't. You don't hear a lot of people talk about. It's mostly pro topics. Whenever I can, I really enjoy talking about the pro stuff whenever I can. But the thing is, though, I know that I have a niche of a niche of a niche market, and so I'm never going to be a big channel. But that's fine. I'm perfectly fine doing the kind of content that I'm doing the way I want to. I don't like having to make the algorithm happy and. It's like playing politics, on a set. I don't really want to do that. I'd rather just do the work. I'd rather just boom. And so a lot of the time there's drama and stuff that happens from, it's like you ignore the algorithm, then it doesn't recommend your content. But that's one of the reasons why I don't ever ask for likes, shares, subscribes, and donations, because I figure that if you like the kind of stuff I'm doing, you'll do that kind of stuff if you want, or if you have the desire to. If you don't, that's fine too. The kind of people that watch my channel are the kind of people that I want to watch my channel. I'd rather people watch my channel because they enjoy it, not because I tell them to subscribe. And they happen to watch my channel because I told them to. I'd rather not do that. Okay, there you go. There's another wonderful B-roll shot that's going to make it in the show. All right. Pilot Institute was awesome. Great content, but it was a lot of info. He explains why things are the way they are. I passed the info from the Northrop video. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, the FAA will crack down 10,000 per violation. Yeah, I don't want to go there. So I was about to buy a drone. I mean, I had it in my cart when Andre started texting me and saying, don't, if that's what you're planning on doing with it. I'm like, why? So I called him. I'm like, why? And as soon as he said FAA and started telling me about some of it, I was like, Andre, you just saved me a lot of money. You just saved me a lot of fines. So if you happen to hear me right now, I'm saying, yes, Andre actually saved me from huge fines on the FAA for not knowing what I don't know. So go to his channel and just say, you saved Alan. Just comment on one of his videos and say, you saved Alan from sound speeds. And he'll probably start texting me and say, what is he talking about? And it'll be funny. Just say that in one of his videos. Go to his most recent video, watch it, and then just say, you saved Alan, or I'm glad you saved Alan, or Alan was saved because of you, or something, and that'll be awesome. And then he'll probably ask me what's going on. Oh boy, a lot of info from me today. Yeah, but you know what, Horse Taco, it's good to see you again. If you're flying for fun and recording it, you still technically can't use it on your monetized channel. The only exception is if you record something newsworthy and the news wants it, IIRC. Really, I thought that if I was just recording, if I was flying for fun and I hit record, and I'm still flying for fun and that's my motivation, I thought that's still 44809. That I'm still flying for fun. It's just I want to be able to have a recording of my flying for fun. If that is legitly my purpose, and I'm legitly flying for fun, and if I happen to at some point in the future say that was a really cool shot, I might use that as the sunset for a video that I do where I'm outside, and I'm transitioning back to the studio. I thought I could do that. If I can't, it's another good reason for me not to get a drone until I get a 107. Here's Todd Weaver. I'm sure he's about to say something brilliant. Government bureaucracy making their cash where they can. The FAA is going after small-time YouTubers is sad, but it is nothing on the level of what the unelected lawmakers behind the FCC desks are doing. Oh, that's actually very true. I won't get into that, but Todd, you and I have been talking about that this week on set, and you're right. Alan also has a unique way of delivering content to make the explanations more informative and entertaining. I only watch your channel because I learned from it. I poke like a troll simply because I'm an okay. Sure. I actually like you, Liberty. I like the fact when you did the 6 microphone video that you did with the puppets and stuff like that for Bandrew Says podcast. That was one of the coolest videos. His face was completely covered up by 6 different large diaphragm condensers. And I tell you, it was really cool. Voiceover Van Deen. Good. Early morning from the UK. I'll hang out here till I fall back asleep. Hey, you know what? I'm going to continue to shoot here until I fall asleep. Cool. Why is the camera still on? Let's actually do some shots with both of them now. Let's just hit the microphone while I'm at it. Man, just knock it out of the way, why don't you, Alan? Okay, that'll be a cool shot. Ooh. Oh, that's way too bright. There we go. Darken that thing back up. 5.8. F-stop's at 5.8. Oh no, oh no. I'm going to have to concentrate on this for a second because this is not, I should set this up. Because they're actually, these 2 microphones are fairly close and they're not exactly even, I should make them even. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. Only thing is, I'm actually going to be going with this. I got to split the difference on the focus. Oh, the close one's too close. Okay, I know what I got to do. Why am I recording? All right, let's do this. This should be high speed. Stop recording. Record. There we go. Okay, I'm going to do this again. I go the other way. That was so clunky. Man, come on now. Cooperate with me. All right, let's try this. I'm going to do it this way. Oh, let's actually center the thing up. Really fast, but it looked actually good. What a garbage thing. Come on now. Let's try this again one more time, and then I'll go back to answering the chat. Oh, that was much better. Much better. All right. Cool. All right. I'm going to head out soon, too. Need some sleep to get early and troubleshoot some gremlins in a live sound rig. Want to do it when with nobody around, so I don't have to talk in my robot voice. Nick has had laryngitis for a few weeks. All right, so Liberty says I was going to make more of those feedback videos, but Larko told me to knock that off till you get Bandrew to zip fizz. But Bandrew vows not to zip fizz on camera. You know what? He did zip fizz on camera. It just you haven't seen the footage. I got Bandrew when I went out to visit him last year. I got Bandrew to join me in a zip fizz, just normal, and I gave him a few flavors. And then I got him, and I recorded this, to go straight with the zip fizz. He did not like that one bit, but it was pretty awesome. He did that for me because he knew that I would get a trip out of it. I like Bandrew. He's a good guy. Okay. Is there anything in that? Maybe. Let me see. Ooh, that might be kind of cool after all. Let me go square. Zoom out. Let me see. Is this... That's high speed. I need this to be 4K in order to animate this right. Animate's the wrong word, I know. What I'm going to do is zoom in, get my focus. Where are you? Okay. So what I'm going to do, as long as my focus is right. I had a movie that I worked on just get released this week. It's called Senior Year. It's #1 on Netflix right now. It's a story about a girl, a young Australian girl, who moves into this town in, I think, Maryland. And she ends up getting into an accident as a cheerleader, and she falls in the middle of a flip and doesn't wake up for 20 years. And when she wakes up, she's Rebel Wilson. So, and this isn't a being John Malkovich type of thing. She played by Rebel Wilson, of course. And it was a comedy. It was a lot of fun to work on. We shot so many scenes that did not make the movie. And I tell you, it's one of those that I really hope that the Blu-ray, DVD, whatever they do, I hope that there's a lot of those sequences, those shots in the B-roll, in the outtakes, rather. We did some cool shots on that. We did some really funny scenes. There was a lot of outtakes. And I tell you, the writer, Brandon, who plays Mr. T in the movie, he is so funny. The interactions that he had with the characters, it just, I tell you, the Martha the teacher and Mr. T the counselor, they need to have a spinoff. They need to have a TV show called Martha and Mr. T or something like that. It would be so funny listening to them ad lib. We were laughing so hard. There's an outtake at the very, very end of the movie, and you hear him, and it was just one of those things that he did, and the way he acted it and said it was really funny. Okay, let's do that. That's kind of a cool shot. Focus. I think that's in focus. Let me see if there's any more questions here. Ziphiz, I haven't heard that since I was last on the stream. I bought PST level flashbacks. You know what? I am going to have to do a video of one of my full disclosure videos on Ziphiz soon. I'll tell you why here in a second. Let me do this shot. Oh, this is garbage. Back up. Okay. Okay, let me do it the other way. I think it'll be cooler. Okay, got that shot. The reason why is because about a month ago, ZipFizz knows that I really like ZipFizz. I'm constantly talking about it. I'm constantly doing ZipFizz on the stream and drinking it and stuff like that, and drinking the powder straight or whatever. They know I love their product, and they've decided to start doing a program called the ZipFizz VIPs, which means you are someone that they either you're somehow in social media and something like that, and they like what you do. So it's kind of like what DPA did, creating a program for enthusiasts of their product. And they reached out to me and asked if I wanted to be one. I'm like, yeah. Well, what does it entail? And they said, well, basically, we just want to give you some ZipFizz every single quarter, and for you to do basically what you're already doing. And I was like, so you basically want to enable me. And that's because, and there's that. I basically said, so you like what I'm doing. You don't really want me to do or say anything, specific for it. You just are wanting to support me because I love and support you. And I said, basically the word I used in my email back to them is I said, so you're basically just enabling me to do what I do. And they said, yeah, we're just enabling you. That's it. You don't have to do anything except what you do. I'm like, well, give me ZipFizz then. Absolutely. Why would I turn that down? So I'm a ZipFizz VIP. And so if you look at my Twitter, you'll see that I took one of each flavor of ZipFizz. For my last day on Legacies, I actually made a ZipFizz suicide. It's on Twitter. You can see me. I made this video where it's on a black background, very much like this actually. And I took a bottle of water, poured out down to half of it, and then I put one of every flavor in the bottle. And that thing went from having this much liquid in it to having an almost full thing. That was so much ZipFizz in that thing. It was one of every single one of the 14 flavors. And I took it to work and we did shot glasses of it. It smelled to some people like pixie sticks. To others, it smelled like cotton candy. To me, it kind of smelled like cotton candy. But I tell you, it was strong, and I loved it. As a matter of fact, we were giving shots to people, and some of them, because it was so strong, they were saying, man, it's like Fireball, or it's like taking a really, really strong vodka. And I'm like, really? Because I don't drink at all. I don't drink at all. Never have, never will, not even a drip. And so to me, it was like, really? It's like alcohol? That kind of burn? I'm like, because it didn't burn me. I just drink it and I love it. But that ZipFizz suicide, everyone on set, well, not everyone, a lot, that's an exaggeration. A lot of people wanted to try it. And so I was very, very happy to share that with people. And it was really an awesome thing. So yeah. I'm now a ZipFizz VIP. And I don't get money from it at all, but they did give me a coupon code. If I want to tell people that I want to try ZipFizz, you can go to zipfizz.com and you can buy one of their 14 packs, and it's normally, I think, sold for like $15 some odd dollars, $15, $20, something like that. But if you use coupon code SoundSpeeds, they get you $5 off. So booyah. I can tell people, if you want to try all the ZipFizz flavors, you can actually get that and use coupon code SoundSpeeds and try it. All right. Todd Weaver. I don't know what that little guy is that you're holding up, smiling. Saw the trailer for that last night. Looks like it might be funny. It was so funny to work on. They chopped it up. It's still funny. It's nowhere near as funny as it was. It was so wrong of a movie. It was funny wrong, like really wrong. There's still some things in it now. There's still a lot of it that's really funny, but it was just, the crew was laughing so hard. You had operators that were behind the camera laughing and stuff. It was just like we were holding our breaths, trying not to laugh, which is not good when you're wearing COVID masks. Did you ever experience sound recording on a non-digital workflow? If so, how is it different compared to now? I did. I came in and started doing this professionally at the tail end of the analog world. And I'll tell you, I did work on some of those. It was basically wireless wasn't really where it needs to be now. You're sleeping. That's what that is. It was wireless did exist. VHF was a thing more so for a while, and then UHF became a thing. But I mean, that was very short lived. It was like UHF and VHF both in use when I first started doing this, and there was a lot of people that were just trying really hard to get great quality sound, and would do it with hardlined. So you'd run an XLR usually. You'd run an XLR out to whatever you're recording, and you would do it that way. Hold on one second. And then they would record it on... DAT was before digital recorders, and then we also did Nagras before that. Oh, that was terrible. Good golly. All right. That was okay. I want to see if I can get it better. Sorry, give me 1 second. So bad. How is that tension? How is the tension? Kind of loosen that tension a little bit. Make it a little easier to pan. Come on now. Okay, that's a little better. Let's try this again. Actually, I'm going to zoom out just a whisker. See if I can make it. I'm shooting in 4K, so it should be fine. There's our winner. Cool. One of the things about digital is that, 0 dB is your peak. You don't mix above 0 dB, otherwise it clips and distorts. In analog, you absolutely do. It's not going to hurt that audio a bit. As a matter of fact, I think it's around plus 24 dB is when it's an absolute click, if I remember correctly. But you would normally have mixers pushing up the levels, and it would be popping plus 8, plus 10, easily. And it was about... It was a lot less signal to noise ratio. It was noisier. It was hissier because it was analog. It wasn't digital. So our preamps now are so much better than they used to be, and the noise floor really helps. I mean, I guess the preamps are probably they're probably about... I mean, they're more clean now, obviously, but there's also an analog digital converter. So you have a lot more dynamic range now than you did back in the analog world. You'd have higher noise floors. You'd have to worry about playback speed more and how it was being powered, because that would affect the way that it would roll, through the Nagra and stuff. If it started to, if it wasn't regulated properly, there were some issues there. If you had to deal with reels, then you had to handle them carefully. They weren't going to expose wrong or anything, but it was a different world. You didn't have nearly as many channels either. So you had fewer channels and they were higher noise. And mixers actually had to mix for the noise floor a lot better than a lot of mixers do this day and age. They just toss faders. But yeah, that was a very short-lived thing. I didn't live in that world a whole lot. I think I did some projects on where I was booming. The boom operator is basically the same, but the lighting changed when things went digital, more so. And it was mainly we still did a lot of the old school lighting, but it looked much harsher when it was direct light and hard light. It looked really, really harsh on camera. So a lot of the time what you would end up running into is DPs that were old school DPs we're still using a lot of the lighting tricks that they were, but they realized it was very harsh looking, so it didn't show up as the same way on digital as it does film. So what they started doing is softening it by using Kino flows and things like that with fluorescent fixtures. But then over the course of time, the LEDs took off and sets became not as hot. It became a lot cooler on set. So now it's like, only like a couple of degrees warmer on an actual set. And also the light level being so low is really cool. Hello all. Hello Lillian. Lillian Rambu. That's a name I haven't seen in a while too. The studio is coming along, but I kind of missed the small sound booth. Oh no, coffee. You're a ZipFizz VIP. Yes, I am. I saw that. So strong. Even the manufacturer was loath to endorse you doing it. Yeah. That was pretty awesome. Oh no, Nagra days. What's the mixer recorder of choice on narrative? Sound devices XCOM, Aton. Well, I'll tell you. A lot of the people I know, most of them are using the Kantar X3. It is a beautiful machine. Todd Weaver, who's in this chat, if he's still here, he uses the X3. And either the I think he uses the Cantris to mix as opposed to the Cantrim. Can't remember. But I'll tell you, because he's usually reclusive and he's been hiding in he has a really wicked system. I'll tell you. His system, he has everything he needs at his cart. But what he does is the same thing Cujo does, where he will basically run everything out with one industrial military grade Cat 5. He runs that Cat 5 to set. And on set is a cart with his receivers, with all the video would run to that and everything like that. Because, DIT and video is usually pretty close to set. And so you basically run everything to that cart, and then it turns into one little bitty cable that goes back to him. And so video is transmitted to that cart that's close to set. His audio is transmitted through his antennas. You run out, you just run power to that, take it up, and video connects up to it and transmits to it. You have basically your antennas are right there on set. It's wicked. It's a wicked system, and Todd has done a brilliant job of putting it together. He wants to take me over to his studio at some point and let me see some of the gadgets and gizmos and stuff he has. As a matter of fact, he was going to at some point had me over there when he was going to be before that the menu that is coming out in November this year that I was able to join him and his team on for about a week and a half in Savannah. When I was out there for that movie, he had just before that he had bought some Octava MK012s, and he was modifying them. And he said, do you want to come and watch the modification? I wanted to. But there was something, I can't remember what it is anymore, but there was something I had to do. And it was something I could not get out of. I forgot what it is now, though. But anyway, that was really, really a cool experience working on that movie. And I really enjoyed it. Let's see. Movie sets are a very scary environment for a one-person crew. Not really. It's just, I guess it depends on you and your style. There's a lot of people, I guess, that could get intimidated from it. But for the most part, it's just I don't want to say another day at the office. That's not really fair. But it is another... It is just another aspect of work. And there's many times that there'll be multiple cameras on a reality show or something like that, and they'll do a one-man band of all the audio. It's usually not great because you have a bag, you have a boom, you have to wire up 12 people, that kind of thing. But, it's the nature of reality TV, for example. And I know a lot of people that end up, making a living through reality TV and doing exactly that. One-man band stuff. Come on now. Let's see. Come on now. There we go. Now what I need to do is see the interference tube. What I'm trying to do is There we go. That's the shot I want. Okay, focus, lock, and zoom out ever so slightly and make sure this is in 4K, which it is. Oh yeah, that's gonna be purdy. Here's that purdy word again. All right, I'm gonna rack focus up. I'm gonna rack focus back right here. Should probably do that faster. Garbage. I need to get some lotion on my hand or something like that. That was pretty bad. If I was a focus puller, I would be fired. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. That was good. Try it one more time. Garbage. Okay, try it again. It's when I slow it down it actually gets bad. Sorry. Okay. Let's see where we are. Okay, to answer your oh no coffee. Usually the mixers that people are using now, the recorders rather, is the Kantar X3, Aton Kantar X3, the Zascom Diva 24, and the Sound Devices Scorpio. But sometimes people will use other things on reality TV. They'll use the 8 series, the 833. They'll use the 888. They'll use the Nova. I think it's the Nova, not the Nomad. It's the Nova. It has 6 channels. It's Zascom recorder, but it has 6 channels integrated in wireless. And it's like 6 pounds. It's a little bitty tiny box that you have 6 little pots on the front that you can pot up and down channels and stuff like that. But it's really cool. Movie sets are a very scary environment for one crew person. I'll go back to that. It depends on you and your style. Personally, in the sound department, if you want to do a good job, you really do need to have more than just one person, more than just one crew member. Reality TV is a different creature altogether. Think about this: an entire department is being operated on. An entire department basically is responsible for getting the entire audio for a movie or a television show. That's a lot for just one person or 3 people. So it is obviously better to have more people if you can. Yeah, I'll do that shot too. Oop, let's actually center it correctly. But yeah, that's a lot of responsibility to have on one person. Just one person responsible for all of the sound. So being able to have a team where a mixer can concentrate on mixing the lavs, and a boom operator can concentrate on booming, and the utility can concentrate on wiring and doing the paperwork and stuff like that. That's really the bare bones necessity of what it takes to work on a movie or a TV show. So that's really the bare minimum that you need is 3 people. And I've worked on some shows that you work on that require more. Tyler Perry's World, basically, he has big sound departments. So they end up doing quite often, 17, 18, 20 people sometimes in the sound department, which is ridiculous, but it's necessary on those shows because there's so much stuff, and the way they do it is insane. But Cujo was a mixer over there and did some of Tyler Perry's stuff, and he was mixing from not even the set. He was in the control room, way offset someplace, and doing that. Come on now. I need to focus. I need to not focus, to line this up properly. What I'm doing is I'm lining up the wind protection options that you can use with these Rycote microphones. I have a very subtle way of covering my opinion about this, about the fact that Rycote, yeah, let's do this high speed. The wind protection options here. It's still in focus over here. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Actually, let's rack it back a little bit. No, that was it. Cool. Okay. Tilt up a little bit. Center. Okay, let's try this. This is high speed. I'll be slowing down about 2.5 times. There's weird lumps. Come on, push through. Slider, slide. That was the worst ending. Lump, lump, lump. I saw my peripheral vision chat moved. Let's see what was said there. All right, one more time. That was terrible also. Horace Taco, if you're still in here, you were here the last time I opened up shop for XLR cables. And I have done that again recently, basically because we talked about them. We got into talking about those cables during the Epic live stream of 2021, and then we talked about them again. Uh-oh. Who are you? You are a big old fat report. Yeah, this is when I need my mods. Where are mods? I'll also block you, so you are now blocked. Liberty, if you recall, I did offer you the spot of mod at one point. But you turned that down. Okay, well, been reported, and he is gone now. So there goes that chat. Okay. I generally work completely alone, and while my stuff totally isn't a high quality setting, I get peace in the fact that I checked it all myself and know it's working or not. Makes sense though. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's a lot that can be said for when you do, like, I'll do a video, and I know that when I made my 32-bit floating point video, I did it all. When I made my Deep BPTRX review, which was an hour and 14 minutes or something like that, I did it all. When I do one of my videos, I did it all. I did the sound, I did the picture, even though it may not look great. Like, one of the ones that really, really just makes me cringe is that when I first set up the studio, I put the wrong filters on there, and for whatever reason in my mind, I just wasn't paying attention to it. So I put yellow filters in my light, which is 5600 degree Kelvin on the inside. And so since I always light, this is a 5600K light. And so I do all my videos at basically 5600 unless I'm in a different room. But that was one of those things where I cringed because when I got into post, it was all yellow because I put the yellow filters on there because I was basically lighting it for 3200. And it was like this, and when I looked in the camera, it was showing up as kind of gold. I got it in post. I'm like, that's yellow as crap. So I got pretty frustrated about that. But what am I going to do? So I was like, whatever. And so now my video of me cable wrangling, which is quickly becoming, it's got over 2,000 views, which I'm very happy about. It was one of those that had a lot of yellow in it in the studio segments, and so I ended up going black and white for some of it, and was just like, why does it look so bad? It's because I did the wrong thing, and I just cringed after that and said I got to fix it. All right, things are getting pretty lively. Where's the link? Link to what? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Your responsibility point is absolutely valid, though. It's a lot for one person. Tell me about the menu. Todd, you were the mixer. I was there for a short period of time, but I will tell you about my experience on the menu. I forgot what I was doing. I had just come off of a show or day playing or something like that. And it was, I think, a Saturday. And I had Jason Sullivan, Sully, friend of mine, call me up and say, Alan, I don't think that there's a way in the world you would drive out to Savannah and consider covering my boom up for a week and a half. And I said, why? What's going on? He said he had his team down there. His boom operator tested when he got down there and tested positive for COVID. So now he's out for a week and a half. And I'm like, I see. And I said, tell me where to go. And I'm like, I'm willing to do it. Just tell me where to go. And he's like, that really? I mean, it's Savannah. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And I was like, sure, I'll gladly go out there. No problem. And he was like, okay, well, he is one of the two mixers. Todd was the other one. And so he said, let me see about, if we can actually get you in for testing or something like that on the weekend, because it's now thrown off because you only have the weekend and testing doesn't really happen on the weekend. So they were concerned about that. And I said, you know what, I was thinking in my mind, if it gives them peace of mind, I'll go ahead and send my test results from being tested when I worked on Friday. So I went ahead and said, I'm going to go ahead and send that to you. So I sent that, I gave that. I told Sully, who talked to Todd, and we got on a three-way call, and I said, look, I have a COVID test result, PCR test from Friday. And so I'll send that to you, and they send it to the producer. Producer says he's cleared. So I was cleared to go out to Savannah. And they had peace of mind then because they knew that they were covered. Got out there, day 1 through 3, we were shooting out on a pier. And I won't go into what was happening out there, but there was some really awesome scenes that were outside. The movie's going to be cool. You've heard me talk about it in the past and some of the other streams and stuff I talked about, but it's going to be a good movie. It's going to be really good. Todd and Sully and their team there. I wish I could have been part of that team for the whole movie because it was so much fun. We shot for 3 days outside, then we moved inside the studio. And it's got a fun cast. Everyone was really cool and down to earth. The crew was top notch. It was a lot of fun. And it's going to be a really good movie when it's released in November. So it's something that I'm looking forward to seeing. It's going to be a good movie. And, I think that based on the way it is, I think because of how weird it is, because of the psychological elements on it, I think it could actually do well at the Academy if they really wanted to give attention to it. And we sure did our job well. I'll tell you that. Todd and Sully, those guys, and Billy again, who's the guy I was working with on Doom Patrol I told you about, and Joey, boom operator that I was covering, did some really awesome work on that show. Okay, Let me get this shot real quick. What I want to try to do is I want to slide this windscreen on there. Okay, that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we got to the studio and did the studio segments and stuff like that. It's going to be a fun movie. It's going to be a really fun one. I was very happy to be a part of that one. Okay. Zoom out a little bit. I told Todd, who is in this stream and keeps wanting me to talk about the shows he's on. He likes hearing stories. He likes hearing dirt also, but I'm not going to tell dirt. He's also a tremendous, a wonderful troll. I love working with Todd when he's trolling, because he and I have a warped sense of humor, and we'll do trolling together. Where am I going with this? Okay, right there. Pull back. There we go, and then to there. All right, cool. How can I possibly do this? I'm going to have to turn my back over here for a second. I hate that, but you can look at the lava going down my back. I'll do this exact same thing. But now I'm going to have to reverse this shot. Come in there like that. Good. That was it. That's the shot I wanted. I've already been, testing these products, and I know how they function, but that's the thing that there's one aspect of this that really irritates me, and you'll have to watch my review if you want to see what that is. I'm getting a shot of it right now. It's a little bit of a teaser. I'll look at chat here in a split second. Go tilt up. Let's see what chat's doing. Granted, my boom works is all just a mic mounted on a stand light above and below talent or a lav mic. Yeah. Well, that's understandable. A lot of people do. Oh, we know sexy chat is Bandrew. Sure. I'm sure. Liberty Doodle. I bought one. I saw that you did it again. My cable is still awesome, but I unfortunately barely get to use it. Yeah, it's all right. I'm too evil to be a mod. You know what? I think you'd be fun as a mod. The thing is, though, I mean, you would definitely you Liberty. I would trust your judgment on something like this when it comes down to what is and what is not acceptable. I would trust someone like you on that. So you may say you're too evil to be a mod. I think you would be fine as a mod, simply because you're not going to tolerate people that are coming in and trying to exploit. Sorry, turn my back on camera again. There we go. Is that what I'm looking for? Yeah, right there. That's going to do it right there. roll on that for a couple moments. You would know in that circumstance, for example, your trust is misplaced. Trust me. Okay, Liberty. I will take your word on it. But here's what I know. As soon as that person came in here and started chatting nonsense, you caught it. You said, oh, there you go, mod banned. That's what you would do. So I don't think you would be abusive. I don't think Todd would either if I gave him that power. Nick, who was in here a little while ago, he's a mod, but you see, you don't really have to think about it. It's just if something hits a bone and you're like, hey, now that's not right. That's when you know there's some problems afoot and it's time to change, to kick someone out or whatever. Oh, let's see, any other questions? No, not right now. Well, I'm going to pause for a split second and drink some water. Because of the microphone right there, I'm sure it sounds great. Really, really close. People always hate the drinking sounds. Sorry about that. Okay, here's some that we have to do some reviews of very soon. Some Shure mics. Or not mics. Some Shure Lobs. So I'm going to do this in slow motion. It is slow motion. Well, garbage. That means I was doing some of those other shots that should have been faster. I was doing those in slow motion. I needed the resolution for 4K. That's all right. You'll be all right. That looked bad. All right, that was good. I got distracted from chat momentarily. Haha, I picked up a new Lego Star Wars game today for my Switch, and it brings me back to playing it as a kid on my PS2. ASMR water consumption. Yes, sorry about that. I could just pause the audio on the stream, but if Bandrew ends up going back and watching the stream, he's going to really wish he could have heard that water. So, this is the Twinplex. Sure, limited warranty. Take out all these accessories and lay them out. That way I don't have to go over everything in the video. I can just say it comes with a bunch of accessories because you'll see what they are if they mean anything to you. Clips and stickies. Just gotta put them in a way that people are gonna know what they are. Clips and... I guess I should take them out of these, shouldn't I? I should at least do things the right way. This is alligator clips for the Lav. That say Shure on them. Sure they do. All the jokes, right? All the jokes. Actually, for this, I should probably add a little bit of a front fill. But then it kind of goes against my whole B-roll thing that I usually do, where I do... Oh, that's interesting. It has the Shure logo on the other side of that one. Oh, that's cool. Concealer. So I'll put the concealer in the middle between them, and that way it'll be on either side. Cool. Ooh, that's an alligator clip. Alligator clip concealer. Let's see if there's a way to show that. All right. There's that. There's that. I tell you, the Shure mics I really like. The Shure Lavs, they actually sound really good. And there's some really cool things that they... What are those? Kind of hard to tell. I'm going to fling these across the room. Watch. Oh, okay. Those are a different kind of clip. That's it. And that's a traditional alligator clip. So this is the Twinplex. I've been testing these quite extensively, as you guys know I do, and there we go. Laid out nicely. Sure. Limited warranty, the case, Twinplex. I might even do that in the back someplace. One, two, three. Let's see if I can use those to prop it up just a little bit. I'll look and see if there's another question, so that way you don't have to hear me futzing around here. All right. Water without zip fizz equals sad. It does. I do have a zip fizz right here. I should do that. I got a grape one right here and handy. I'm so used to using the opener now. I have that zip fizz opener that's just awesome. So I'm going to use... Look at this. I'm not even going to wait for somebody to have to donate for this one. I'm going to... Which I've done in the past, you know, held the zip fizz and said, okay, someone finally donated, so I'll do the zip fizz. I don't have to be paid to take a zip fizz. I love them, so I'm going to do it now. There's some more sounds for you. I did not realize until the moment it hit my mouth how cottonmouth I actually am. So that was pretty awesome. Okay. Let's zoom in on this one. Prop that up ever so slightly. Back it up too. Alrighty. You know what? What I should do is this. I should do this case in 4K. And then I'll zoom in on that digitally in post. Where needed. Cool. I'll do that. I'm enjoying the behind the scenes. I've never think about what goes into the videos like yours, especially things like B-roll. Yeah, B-roll is one of those things where it takes a while to do. And normally I would do B-roll just one night. I would set it up one night, and then I would do B-roll another night. But currently, excuse me, I'm off of it. I'm not working. So, excuse me, I wrapped on Legacies not long ago, and then Legacies was just canceled earlier this week, by the way, so it's not coming back. So I just finished Legacies about 3 weeks ago, and then I've been day playing with Todd, who's in chat. He has had me out on his team to join, filling in for his boom operator. And I've had a blast. Come on now. There we go. Okay, slowly wrap. Oh, come on, Slider, you suck. Okay, that's not going to work for two reasons. Number one is it's stacked back there. This is stacked, which means that it needs to not be covered up. Those two clips. Better. The vampire needs to come down. That vampire needs to come down. Should have lined up the shot first. You know. We don't rehearse this day and age, do we? That's better. Okay, cool. What was I answering? What was I talking about? Yeah, the behind the scenes. So a lot of this does take a lot of time to do. But there's been some reviews I've been waiting on just for the B-roll. So if I can get this B-roll done, I can actually do the reviews. Come on now. Creep along, creep along. Oh, this is terrible. In slow motion, it's going to be even worse. Come on now. Stop, why don't you? There we go. Not great, but it's probably about as good as I'm going to be able to get it. I'll go a little bit faster so it will smooth out because I am going high speed, and then when I go into post I will slow it down a little bit, which I normally don't like doing, but I will do it. Okay, let's see. But here's the one thing I will say about this kind of B-roll that I'm doing right now. It's good in a sense that I don't have to actually do a whole lot of testing for some of this stuff. And the way I do my reviews, I don't get lost in the same stuff everyone else does. I used to say, well, look at this and look at this and look at this and look at this. Now I've fallen in more into the routine of saying, you know what? Do you really want me to do the same stuff as everyone else? And or would you, because that's one of the things that really irritates me is I watch videos and then people will quite literally, you watch one video and they'll say, this is the frequency response, this is the way it is, and this is the way this is, and this is the way this is. And it's the same old thing on every single video. And that really irritates me. I don't know about you. But what I like doing is concentrating my efforts. Oh, garbage, wrong way. What I like doing is concentrating on my reviews on the stuff that I think people should care about. So I will, for example, test a shotgun microphone, not just right here. I will test a shotgun microphone at the top of the head, 6 inches, 1 foot, 18 inches, 2 feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet. I do that because to me, that's where you need to understand where a shotgun microphone is going to be useful to you. And that's when you're going to get the biggest benefit from it at different heights. So I like testing them there. Okay. Oh, garbage. Why did I leave that setting there? It needs to be at 60. I was just overexposing slightly. All right, next thing. Clips and stickies. So you watch SoundSpeed's video. You should know what those are for. That's right. You should. And I tell you, there's various different versions of them down here. There's a lot of accessories. So what I'm going to do at one point is I'm going to put a wide shot and say various different accessories from vampire clips to concealers, because basically that's what they are. I don't need to really elaborate a whole lot on stuff that's pretty obvious. If vampire clips means anything to you, you're going to know what those are. If it doesn't mean anything to you, you're not going to know what they are. Cool. I think I can zoom in a little bit more on this. And then I'll just do a lock off for a moment. Now I have to buy Zip Fizz for a Bandrew Troll video. Ooh, yes. Actually, you totally should. Oh, this is one thing I must definitely say. Todd Weaver, when I worked for him, when I came in there very first day, he presented me with a box of Zip Fizz. That's how you can tell someone really knows me. And really, when it's someone that you want to get, they say a way to man's heart is through his stomach. Yes, pizza and ice cream, those things are great. So is Zip Fizz. Zip Fizz is absolutely one of those things that is close to my heart too. I mean, the mouse sounds are on point. Great. I mean, microphone is quite literally right here. I just touched it. Great. Alan arrived a set a few weeks ago to sub. He presented a gift to me, which consisted of several bundles of Zip Fizz. Then I presented a gift to him, which happened to be a case of Zip Fizz. You know what? I just got through telling that. And little did I know that he made the same exact comment in post, or not in post, but in chat 7 minutes ago. So match made in heaven, There you go, Alan. Finally, fix it in post. Your DP is proud of you, There you go. What's interesting to me is these clips are nothing that I've ever seen before. I've never used these kinds of clips before. I could have sworn I just dropped one. Did I not? I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, they're all there. Okay. There's 5 of them. I've never used a clip like that before. It looks like a V, and you would put, I mean, you can't see it. It's too far away. Wait a minute. This lob just fell out. Sorry, this is going to sound like crap for a second. There you go. Sorry. This little thing goes in there. And then you would wedge that into your clothing. So you can put it in a buttonhole, for example. I'm going to get a shot of that. Yes, yes, that's going to be a good shot. Zoom in, zoom. Okay. There we go. Battery's about to die on this thing. Watch, that little squeezy part there is going to make it in the video. Because when I did that, I was like, oh, that's actually quite cool, the way that just kind of feels. So I'll take that off. I'll show the way that a vampire clip fits on there. I'll do the regular clips too. Actually, let's do this the right way too. Loop it around and put it on through. So that way you know the way that it actually should go. So if you ever want to duplicate, you will see in a SoundSpeeds video exactly the way that it would go if you wanted to use it this way. There we go. That's why we do it the way we do it. Oh, by the way, Todd, I heard back from Hollyland. I mentioned that Hollyland had reached out. And they are interested in me doing a Whoa, I put that perfectly down right in the shot. Wow, look at that. That's actually framed up nicely. I'm just gonna, I shouldn't have messed with it. Now I did it. Hollyland is willing to send me a unit, the Solidcom C1 system with 1 master and 5 of the remote headsets. But I wrote him back and I said, that's not the one I want. What I want is the one with the hub. That way the base station could be somewhere near the sound card or on set, and then there's the 8 station. Because to me, you don't want to have a master that has to be somewhere on set, and then have everyone else have to stay close to that one person. And it's already not really something that a sound department would need, but the way I'm looking at it is that there's an aspect of it that is appealing, and that is that if it works really well and something that I could tweak out, then it would be something that might be worth giving as an alternative to the camera and crane operators that constantly use very loud, poppy, crinkly, whatever crappy headsets of their own. And I could change that completely out if this is a solid system. I don't know if it is. I have not yet started to test. It hasn't even arrived. But they are willing to send me something. I did not want the one that they offered. So I'm hoping that they will actually send me the one that I think would be better to test. Because to me, that's the one that would be best used on a film set. All right. Now, probably the reason why they're interested in sending me the 2 headset version, or the 5 headset headset with the remote, is because that's about a $1,500 system, and the other one, the one with the base station that actually would be better for set, that one is closer to $3,500, so it's an extra $2,000. But you know what? Do you want you want me to test the right one that would be used on set, or you want me to not test the right one that would be used on set? Mixers or whoever, if you want me to review something, I would like to think that you would want me to review the version of it that would be most likely used on set. If it's the kind that has one master and doesn't have a base station, and what happens if the master wants to quickly run to the restroom? Then you're going to end up having a situation where it goes to complete garbage. Sounds like terrible, because it's why would this thing, you know what I just realized? This thing was playing back and doing a stream. The reason why it was grainy, which is what you heard me say earlier, is why is this grainy? High picture quality, it's downloading for whatever reason at 144p. 144p. What on earth? Now I'm downloading it at, I just manually set it to 1080p. But it's like, why would you have been set by default to 144p? That's like when YouTube first started out, before Obama signed the thing that made everything HD in 2009 is when it went into effect. Before that happened, the world was basically HD, or it was SD, and focus on that. Garbage. I'm gonna have to put it up here. It's a close focus. So, but that was one of those things where the world was basically just, at the time, it was basically SD, and 144p was like the minimum quality you could upload to YouTube at the time. And then when Obama signed the paper that said everything should go HD, signed it, the law, not the law, you know what I mean. Hold on one second. Preoccupied. Everything was going to go 1080p. Yeah, it's going to be good. Just leave it as a lock off. And from that point, we just had to wait until that time frame came up, and then they started transmitting in digital, in digital transmissions and stuff like that, which was nice. The thing that did not work very well was looking back at the older resolutions. Like, I uploaded a video that was, I believe it was like an old 240p, or some of my old SVHS 400, so it's like probably up 480. But those early videos, you go back and look at those now, it's terrible. We were watching Annie, a rip that I have of the DVD that's over there, but we ripped that and put that on a hard drive that's on the front, so we don't have to pull out the DVD every time we want to watch a movie. And I tell you, on a 4K TV, it looks terrible when you look close. It looks god awful. So if there was, I'm gonna have to buy the Blu-ray or something, just because it doesn't look right. It's pretty ugly. Oh, come on now. There we go. Close focus. All right, there we go. Let's do this one. And then I'm sure there's... I'm sure people in chat are probably already starting to, since I did a very bad job of talking about the changeover to HD, people are probably adding details, probably correcting that my misspeaking. Preoccupied speaking. Good. Okay. Oh, we got a ping pong in here now. Saw all the footage my maid had taken for his restaurant advert. B-roll for food stuff is really tough because it sags and wilds, troops, loses shine. Yes, it does. As a matter of fact, working in commercials is actually really interesting because there's different aspects you don't even think about, like most of the time. If you do a pizza commercial, for example, they don't use the sauce on the pizza. If you look at the pizza, you don't see the red. It's just, you see the cheese. You'll see what they'll actually do is they'll use a heat gun and they'll put a lot of cheese in this one little bitty area. And if they need to, they'll secure down the pizza so that way when they pick up the cheese, it's melted in there. It's nice and hot, and they'll use a heat gun on it. And then when they pick it up, the pizza's secured down, covered up by toppings maybe, and then they'll lift it up there and you see all the cheese run off of it. But that's been like extra cheese that they put on that. And they'll do things like not use pizza sauce. I did a pizza commercial for Pizza Hut. It was a Super Bowl commercial in 2018. I keep saying 19. 2018 is when I did that commercial, and it turned out really, really well from what I hear. I never saw it because I don't watch TV. But I tell you, it's pretty cool when you do see a commercial you worked on. Let's see here. Plus, most of the tricks he used to make it unedible at the end of the shoot. Sorry. You know what stinks? Packing up all your work junk to check out of a hotel right the night before leaving. Yeah. Or even worse, when you pack up in the morning and you get ready to go, and you have to pack before you leave. You get all your stuff together, and then you leave. I tell you, I'll actually, here's what I'll tell you. There's a fun. I'm a big advocate for doing what I refer to as a power holiday or power vacation. And what I mean by that is my wife and daughters will leave to go someplace a day before or something like that. Like Thanksgiving 2019, we went to the Magic Kingdom. So this is right before COVID. And when we went there, it was nobody was masking up yet. This is before the world came to an end. And they're all girls. And me, I am the only boy in the family. So they all like to stay in a hotel room and be all girly, and 4 people fit in a room just fine. But if I want to go, it adds a weird element because they're like a couple of teenagers and my wife and my 6-year-old. So if they want to sit around in underwear, they want to sit around in underwear, at night, and be silly and laughing and giggling. But if I'm there, they can't do that, for decency's sake. So what I do is I stay in a nearby hotel, and basically I'm with them from the morning until the night, and then I go home, or when I say home, I go back to my room, and then that's it. I get up in the morning, and I'm there at the hotel, and I catch up with it because I don't need to have the same hotel. If you stay at like they stayed at the Contemporary, for example, when they stayed at the Contemporary, it's expensive. I would rather stay far away. I even said, I'll sleep in my car. I sleep in my car all the time. They're like, you can't do that on vacation. I'm like, fine, whatever. So I don't care. I will just say, you know what? That's perfectly fine. I'll sleep wherever I need to. I'm not worried about it. But they obviously, want me to have a relaxing place too. So I stayed in. I forgot the name of that resort, but it was a very nice resort. My wife booked a good one for me. But then what I do is I would save a ton of money from probably like $300 and almost maybe $200 a night by staying in a place that was close. But I'd Uber over in the morning. It was like with the tip, which I always tip like 30 or 40%. It would maybe be $12, $13 one way. And so I would get an Uber, and there's a lot of people around there, and I'd be at their hotel in 10 minutes and walk in the front door. And it was great as far as I was concerned, because we could save a couple $100, and I would stay at a hotel that was far enough away, so I would still be I would have private whatever. But anyway, so what I did for this vacation is I would stay at a nearby hotel. Now, the girls drove up the night before, and so they arrived the day before Thanksgiving. Me, I was working the day before Thanksgiving, but what I did is I got back to the house. I did my come on now, focus. There you go. So let me record this real quick. So I got home from work the day before Thanksgiving. They had driven up that day and arrived at the Magic Kingdom, and they were staying at the hotel. And what I did is I got up at like 3 a.m., finished, packing up that or cleaning up the house, getting it ready to go to clean before I left. And then when I left, I was like, okay, well, I have all the time in the world. I left the house. I was like 20 minutes ahead of schedule. I'm like, this is great. I'm just going to drive really slow and just chill out and relax. And I was driving down there, and I got about 15 minutes down the road, and suddenly it hit me. Oh crap! This is Thanksgiving morning in 2019, by the way. I got about 15 minutes down the road, and then it suddenly hit me that I had forgot to put out food for the cats. Man, I pulled off on the exit. I pulled a U-turn, went back up toward the house. I got there. I ran inside, put food out for the cats, and made sure the water was clean and that kind of stuff. And then now I was behind, so I jumped back in my car, drive down. Now I had arranged with the sound mixer I was working with, Aaron Siegel. He lives not very far from the airport, so I arranged to leave my car at his house, so that I could go on vacation, and I would park close to the airport, leave my car there, and then I'd Uber over. So I did that, and I quite literally went to my phone, pulled up in front of his house, and I had to drop my keys in his mail slot, so that way he would have them in case he needed to move my car. But I went into the app and said Uber to the hotel to the airport, and it said, okay, well, because I said I wanted a single car ride, by myself. And it said, would you prefer to have this? You would arrive a couple minutes extra, extra early, and it will be like $8 cheaper if you do this car share thing. And I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. I'll gladly save money if it gets me there quicker. So I hit yes, and it said, your driver's 2 minutes away. I'm like, holy crap, that's awesome. So I quite literally grabbed my luggage out of the car, locked up my car, went up there and put the keys in his mail slot, and walked back to my car, and he was coming around the corner. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Threw the stuff in the trunk, and was the very first stop at the airport. So I jumped out, I got in there, I flew to Orlando, and when you go to the Magic Kingdom and you stay on site, they basically take your luggage for you. You code it and stuff like that, so they take your luggage. I didn't have to get my luggage, I just had my carry-on. So I got out, I jumped on the bus that went to my particular resort, and I checked in there, left my carry-ons there, and then jumped in an Uber and met my family for breakfast. And then we went around the Magic Kingdom. We had a really nice Thanksgiving there, stayed for a few days, got to see, after Thanksgiving, you see the change over to Christmas. It was phenomenal. And when you see that, my birthday is the first day of December. So that was that Sunday. So we had done a special event. I saw my girls, I was with them, and then just before midnight, I went back. I wasn't going to my hotel that night. I grabbed all my stuff out that morning when I Ubered over, and I put my stuff in their hotel. So when we got back that night after watching the Christmas show and stuff like that, and from the Tomorrowland restaurant, I went back, talked to them about birthday stuff and, kind of did a little celebration there. And then I jumped in an Uber and went to the airport because they have a Hyatt that's inside the airport in Orlando. So I stayed at that. I checked in at like 12:30 a.m. and I had to get up at like 3:30 a.m. or 3 a.m., whatever it was, in order to get on my plane. Now, I had already prearranged with the mixer, Aaron Siegel, who I was on Black Lightning with, so that I could arrive, because call time was going to be 8 a.m. And I had to arrive technically by 8, but I'd already arranged with him like a month and a half in advance when we booked this vacation that I would probably be about 10 or so minutes late. And quite literally, I got out, got in the hotel. I slept for 2.5 hours, got up, got all my stuff together again, went down and stood in the line. And that line, I was standing there for an hour because they don't open up their doors for people until like 30 minutes before you're supposed to be on your plane. So I'm like looking at the time, I'm like, when are they going to open up this window? And I'm like, I could have slept like an extra hour, hour and a half, standing in this line, like, feeling like an idiot with this long line behind. At least I was one of the first people, and the line moved fast. I checked my luggage, and I got on the thing, on the plane, flew there, and then I was looking for Uber. I got my luggage pretty quickly. I'm like, where do Uber pick up? Well, there's a special lot at Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. So I had to find where that was. Then I found an Uber, they can't just pick you up in front. You say you want an Uber, and they were like, oh, pick me up, and go to the lot. I'm like, where's the lot? So I had to find and walk all the way there. Got in there. He had me to set, and I arrived just before 8:10. So I was only like 9 minutes. They went to the safety meeting. They went to, I literally ran into the building, and they had just finished first team rehearsal. So I went on set, dropped off my luggage, and watched first team rehearsal. I was like, awesome. So I didn't really miss anything. That was pretty cool. So, that was a really awesome thing about being able to do the whole Thanksgiving experience. That's a power weekend for me if you do that. Now, anytime there's a 3-day weekend, I always try to take a vacation with my family. We did last year was we got a season pass to Dollywood. And so we went to Dollywood 3 times last year. From our place, it's not very far to just drive up north and go through the Great Smoky Mountains. And then when you get to Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge and see all the different shows and stuff there, we went a few different times. So we actually went and went on the rides. And because we had a season pass, it's not that expensive. And there's a lot of entertainment. It's a lot of fun too. It's country themed, yes, but I tell you, even though I don't really like country music, it's so jolly, it's lively, it's funny, it's beautiful. And so we did Dollywood last year. But if if you watch back, there was one of the live streams I did where I was sitting. I think I said I was in my hotel, but I was literally sitting at a table, and behind me was a window. Well, that was in Pigeon Forge. I had been back. I did that live stream. And then quite literally that night, sometime, I can't remember if it was before the stream or after the stream, I finished the stream, went on YouTube, and I was like, well, I'm going to goof off and do something, do some watching of YouTube. And I discovered Captain Disillusion that night because I was like, oh, I'm going to watch a Mark Rober video. And Mark Rober happened to do a collaboration for about a cell phone flying drone with Captain Disillusion. And I found his channel, and as soon as I did, I was like, this dude is awesome. So that was all I needed. I binge watched his channel that night, and it was just awesome. His content is amazing. So I was watching Captain Disillusion like pretty much all night. And then, but you see, that's like Memorial Day or Labor Day. Those 3-day weekends, those are things. I'm very hyper. I'm very energetic. So I can easily just, jump in my car, wake up early one morning, jump in my car and meet up with my family, catch them by the time they wake up. So I quite literally got up on a Saturday morning at like 3 a.m. again, started driving, got through the Great Smoky Mountains and stuff like that, met up with my family for an 8 a.m. breakfast. And it was fun. And then I'm with them all day. Now, actually, I had a very interesting story. This will show you how wonderful the experience was at the Magic Kingdom, actually. That Thanksgiving that I arrived, and I'd been up at 3 a.m. and caught the plane and that kind of thing. When I went down there, I was wearing sandals. I made the mistake of wearing sandals. And those sandals were not really good on my feet. I didn't think about it when I left. And so when I got down there to the Magic Kingdom, I went with my family. We went to Epcot that day that I arrived, and we were there pretty much all day. When we were finished, we did this like pirates themed boat ride and stuff like that, and they, sang silly pirate songs and things like that. And we started off with this like really nice meal. And then we went on this boat ride and we saw the fireworks over at the Magic Kingdom from the lake in front of the Contemporary and stuff, in front of the park. And after that, I went back and hung out with my girls in the hotel, and we went to a different cafe, the one that's at the bottom of the Contemporary. Cafe Mickey, I think it's called. Anyway, so I stayed there until the very, very end of the night, and then I was like, well, you know what? I might need to Uber, but I saw that there was buses that were going to my hotel, but I barely missed that bus. So I went back up with the girls, and I said, well, I can catch the monorail, and if I got it from the Magic Kingdom, if I went, I would have to go from the Contemporary to the Magic Kingdom, transfer to the Transportation Ticket Center in order to go to the hotel I was staying at, or I could, go from the hotel, the Contemporary, to the Transportation Ticket Center, and then the bus to my hotel was going to be a lot later. Or I could jump on the monorail at the Transportation Ticket Center, which was the first stop after Contemporary, and then go over to Epcot. So I did that. Actually, I had to go to the Magic Kingdom and then to Epcot because it went from there. So where I'm going with this is that I asked what time. I said, is there a bus that runs to this hotel from Epcot? And they're like, yeah. And so the guy, in the Contemporary at the monorail said, yeah. And I said, so when did the buses stop going at the Epcot? And he says, an hour after the park closes. And he said, so it should be 1 a.m. I'm like, cool, that's perfect. So I got on the monorail, got like the last monorail around. And then when I got to the Magic Kingdom, they said, this is the last ride to Epcot. So I jumped on the last monorail to Epcot Center. So I went there. When I got there, I got off. I saw nobody in the buses, in the bus lines. I was like, wait a minute, where are the buses? And they said, no, they stopped running a long time ago. You got the last monorail. I'm like, there's nothing here. And they're like, yeah, well, this, hopefully you're parked here. I'm like, no, I don't have my car here. I literally got out and I walked over to the buses and there was nobody there. It was just after midnight. Now, you would say, okay, fine, just walk up and get an Uber. My phone had been in many of the places in the Magic Kingdom that you queue up and you go into the ground. Or you're in like surrounded by metal. And so your phone works harder to try to get a signal when you're in those environments. So I was down to 7% battery, and below 15%, my phone does not turn on GPS anymore. So I was not able to use my phone to call an Uber. I was quite literally in the bus area, stuck at Epcot. And this was Thanksgiving night, like technically the day after Thanksgiving at like 1 a.m. It was approaching 1 a.m. I just went over and I sat down. I was thinking, what am I going to do? Had no idea. An employee happened to get off work, and he was walking to the car parking lot across the way, and he happened to see me. And he yelled out to me and said, "Are you waiting for the bus?" I'm like, "I came here on some bad information, but I am obviously not waiting for a bus because they're not running anymore." He says, "Yeah, they're not." And I said, "So I'm trying to think about what to do because there's no charging ports over here. Otherwise, I would have plugged up my charger, which I did have in my pocket, but I could not find a power outlet for anything because they don't really have those around in the Magic Kingdom, especially in the bus area." And so he said, "Hold on a second." He went back inside. He made a couple of calls or something, and then he came back out. And I was like, I don't know what he's going to do. But I was kind of without options at that point. I was going to see what I could do. At that point, I was actually looking to see how far of a walk it was, and I came to realize it was like 2 or 3 miles or whatever to my hotel. And so it would have been a really long day because I'd been up at by 3 a.m. and now it's approaching 1. So I'd been up for 22 hours and walking all over the place. My feet were beaten to crap. So I was like tired. I was miserable. My feet were all blistered up. And He comes back out and he says, the crew buses is going to come and pick you up. Just make sure you're over here. So he took me over to this one place, and he says, all right, you should be good. He'll be here in about 10 minutes. I'm like, thank you very much. So he left and went to his car. And about just before 10 minutes later, he pulls up in his car, and and I looked at him, and he said, I'm just going to sit here to make sure you're picked up. I was like, wow, that's really awesome. Thank you. Bus driver pulled up just about 1 a.m. and he said, hi there, are you Alan? I'm like, yes, I am. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to take you to your hotel. I'm like, that's awesome. Thank you so much. And I was the only person on that thing. And I'm like, he seems so lively and happy. I'm like, I can't tell you how much this means to me. I'm really, thankful, Thanksgiving that you're doing this. And he's like, oh no, it's fine. We want to make sure you get back to your place. I'm like, well, that's really kind. Because I said, because honestly, it would be so easy for you to just say you were an idiot. You missed your bus. You should have just done things differently in the right way or whatever. He's no. You're at the Magic Kingdom. You got to have a good time, a good experience. I'm like, well, I really appreciate that. So he took me to my hotel, and as close as he could to where I was in my room, and I had not been there yet. So I got out, and I'm like, I remembered that my phone had like 3% battery at that point. I look at it, I get my not stateroom. That's not a cruise. I looked at the number where it was going to be, and I found my hotel room. Pulled out my key, went inside, and all my luggage was sitting right there, including a gift basket my wife had gotten me that had snacks and all kinds of really cool things, including a bag that is actually buried under there, but it's from Star. What is it? Not Star Wars. It's Star Tours. That's it. So anyway, before Star Wars was owned by Disney, Star Tours is what it did. Anyway, that was a really awesome experience. And so I spent the next day, when the girls were napping at like the 3 o'clock hour, I was calling all over the place at the Magic Kingdom, giving the names of the people. I wanted to get to the transportation department, buses, and I talked to a supervisor, and I said, these guys literally bailed me out and saved me that night, because I got bad information and my phone had run out of battery, and I later found out that the cord I had with me was actually not. It was broken. It was shorted or something. It wasn't working right. So luckily I had multiples. But man, that could have been bad. There's some long stories for you. Hey, just join. What's going on? Us drone ops with love headsets. Hello, trying to save you data. They must detect that you've lost less than an optimum internet connection. Well, my internet connection should be fine. Even though I plug in my phone, gigabit internet, it still wants to default to 144p. Yeah. Your video on stream certainly did not look like 144p. Okay, good. You were not streaming on your camera. So did the footage be rolled? Get shot at 144? No, it didn't. The footage was being shot in 1080p or 4K, depending on. I could either go 4K at 30 FPS, or I could go 1080p at 60 FPS with this Panasonic Lumix G7. What does your mom think of you dressed in flowers and feathers and such? What? That's a serious. Okay, you got there. Okay. I don't know what you mean by dressed in feathers and such. Maybe YouTube telling you that you look better in low res. I'm sure. 640 by 480. Food commercials make life sad. I stand by that statement. Everything looks better through the camera and all that trickery. Eldest, Alan. Oh, okay. So how long ago did you write this? What time is it now? I've been blabbing and telling stories for like 20 minutes. Missed Eldest coming in here. Don't bring your Arby's pictures to Arby's and do any comparisons. Yeah, don't do that. Hey guys, it's a power vacation. Where can you do whatever hotel and help? Let's see when you through the trickery. It's actually not trickery. I'd prefer to be with my family. They just like being girly and whatever. Mike, what mic am I using tonight? DD-BP TRX system, transmitting from here over to the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6. Then I have the ZV-1, Sony ZV-1 right over there with a cable going back, so that way it's using that camera. Eldest Mr. Liberty. Love your content. I learned so much. I have a question after you finish the awesome plant mic video. What plant mic to record multiple people in a scene? Is it Omni or cardioid prefer? Okay, that's tricky. That's a tricky one. The reason I say that is because if you have people close in a car, for example, then you're closed. You're contained. So an Omni is fine. You can put a boundary layer even on the ceiling. But here's the thing. You want to try to get more of a cardioid pattern if you can. Reject out a little bit if you can, from one direction. You don't need to have a boundary layer effect. Having a cardioid would be able to pick you up and the person sitting beside you if you put something in the middle. If you have like a BLM 6000 with a DPA lav on the inside of that going to a transmitter, it'll pick up decently, provided if there's someone sitting next to me, provided there's no head turned this way. If I turn my head away and that person turns their head away, then you fall off axis. So what I usually try to do is put a microphone in the visor where it's not, like if I'm looking forward like this, it's right up here above me, but it's actually slightly more favoring the person that, toward the inside of the car, and angled back a little bit. So that way, if I turn my head this way, it's still on axis to my mouth, but most of the time it's going to be this direction on this person here, or I'm looking forward. Most of the time, people, I have to watch rehearsal. If they look both directions, I'm going to back it off farther on the visor and point it more back towards them, so that way they're still within the pattern, of the microphone. So that's basically the way I would play that. Usually cardioid pattern microphones are going to be better and they're going to sound much more full if you can put them on someone, like one per person. If you put something in the middle of the car, more omnidirectional is probably going to be fine. But a cardioid can also play really well, but you got to keep in mind the placement. One of my favorite microphones to use inside of a car is a DPA SC 4098 or a 4097. And if you do those, then those are super cardioid pattern microphones, and those would actually pull out someone's voice much better at a distance. So you can be farther away and you're not going to have a proximity effect, and you're going to pick up their voice beautifully like that. So you can be farther away and it's going to be good. That's also going to help you if the modern thing is to have windows down in cars. So you can actually use a 4098 and reject out a little bit of that outside noise if they have the windows down. You can also put them low someplace, either in the center visor or not the center visor, put them near the center console, or even put them up on the dash if you don't see that. Usually at that point I would use something like a full-size microphone, MKH50, CMC 641, something like that. I thought Epcot was really cool. It is. Alan is explaining how he covered up his Watergate break-in. Happened before I was alive, dude. Try some Huaraches if you hate sandals. No, I don't hate sandals. I wear sandals a lot. I wear sandals in the winter. The thing is, though, is just I end up like walking and getting blisters if they're not the right kind of sandals. Now, the ones I have, as soon as I got back, I was like, I'm going to get better ones. So I think the ones I have now, I forgot what they're called, but they're for a high arch and they're much more comfortable. You can walk in those for extended distances. Bandrew is back. Is Bandrew in here? I don't know what that. I guess Bandrew is back. I didn't see him in here. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I guess my chat got deleted them. Yeah, it seems to have deleted from me here. I don't see that because I hit them. I see the chat on the screen, but in my chat here that I'm looking on the right hand side doesn't have any of that. So it's irritating that it's blocked, but I don't even see it on here. Lewis A. It depends greatly on the situation. Use the pattern that will best capture the dialogue for the best position you can place it. That's right. Todd Weaver's exactly right. You'd expect him to be. What if a table round and you are trying to catch everyone? Then, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If a table's round and you're trying to catch everyone, you can use an Omni, But here's the thing. It's going to be playing off of the table. It's going to be close. Anyone touches the table, all those noises are going to be transferring. And if everyone's sitting around the table, all that noise is going to be there too. If the microphone's far away, it's omnidirectional. It's going to be picking up everybody. So if I'm talking, it's not just picking me up and focused on me, it's picking up the entire room. And so if you think about omnidirectional as a pattern, like a big ball, imagine a big ball that's, 3 feet in diameter, let's say, centered around a microphone. If you were to put one person's voice at the edge of that ball and try to talk, there is so many other directions of sound that's being pulled into that, and it's all summed. It's all summed into one line that goes straight to your interface, to your recorder, whatever. And when you do that, and there's only one direction you really care about, it's going to be very distant. It's going to be lost in the noise floor. Omnidirectional patterns, if you look, they're usually higher noise floor than other microphones. So it's better if you can get more of a cardioid or a supercardioid, so that way you are picking up less in the whole direction, but you're picking up maybe in this area of the sides. It's going to be better if you can. Getting more of a supercardioid is going to pull out someone's voice better at a distance. So you can put an Omni, expect a higher noise floor, expect it to sound much more farther away, especially if it's a round table with everybody in there. So what I would say is if you can't give everybody a mic or put something in front of every single person, or put a couple of little things in a plant between two people. If like there's 6 people talking, for example, and you put not like a cup of water, but you put something between a couple of people, put a plant mic on those. So that way it picks up this person and it picks up the other person. It's going to fall off axis if someone's over there, but then maybe you would have another plant on the other side that might be directionally able to get that person's voice too. We'll see. Star Tours, yeah. Horse Taco got it. I would have given this man everything in my life. Yeah, he was awesome. Star Tours, Star Trek. I'm still here. Sorry, I was playing some Alice in Chains. Shame on you, playing Alice in Chains when you could be watching Sound Speeds. Never thought about how people move their head. Oh yeah, head turns, big thing. Have you tried the 4098 in a car? Yes, I have. Let's talk about the 4097 rather. It is actually, that is one of the things that I'm partially responsible for. It's a 4097. They created the 4099, which is more of an instrument mic, and the 4098, which is the same exact looking thing as like a 40, as like what it is now. It's a gooseneck with an interference tube, basically with a 4060 capsule on it with an interference tube off the end. So that's the 4098. The 4099 is an instrument mic version with a right angle, and it looks more like the 4097 does, but it's tweaked differently for instrumentation. So you can clip it on a microphone pickup, and it's going to pick up there. That was one of the microphones I listened to. If you watch my DPA full disclosure video, that was one of the ones that they had me listen to, and I shook my head and said, no, it doesn't pick up right, not for a voice. So we're not going to probably want to use that in TV. So, so what I did is I talked to them and I said, you know what, DPA, you really need to do is make a right angle version. Hold on a second. Went up underneath the hat. Sorry. I know this sounds like garbage. I know that sounded terrible. Sorry. So I told them what they needed to do is make a right angle, because if you put a gooseneck that comes out of a transmitter and it loops around, it's not the right angle. The gooseneck has to come out and loop around, and by then it's sticking out too much. So I said, what you need to have is a right angle, because what you can do with a right angle is, if it's out, is instead of taking a gooseneck and having to do this in order to get it in position, by then it's really long. What a right angle would do is allow you to go up to the ceiling if you need to, and it's angled down, or you can go back a little bit and angle it more towards them. So you're able to play the angle much more effectively with a right angle. So I was originally trying to get them to make a gooseneck that actually had removable capsules. So you can either unscrew it at the end of the gooseneck and put a straight, or you could put a right angle adapter on it and have it be either one on a gooseneck. They wrote me back, and this is why I said in my video, my full disclosure video, they sometimes said, we're going to talk to R&D and see what they can do. they came back with some things, and unfortunately the different options that they could make were going to make it way too big, and it was going to be, you know, this long if it was a right angle. I said, then we're back to the same problem. I said, it's not, no one's going to buy it because you can't have a right angle that big, because then it's going to be sticking up that much down from the car. I said it needs to be low profile. That's why they weren't able to accommodate. But then they later came out with the 4097, which is the same thing I told them to do, but just not a modular version. So that was what they were able to do, which is cool. But yeah, they sound very clean. They have a higher amount of reach than the 4098 does, and you can do more things with it. It just has a shorter gooseneck, which is fine because you don't need to have all that length most of the time if you're using the right angle. The straight interference tube off the end, that's when you really need to have a little bit of longer gooseneck. Now, there is two different colors. There's a WM and the BM. The BM is black model, WM is white model. And so you would have the DPA SC, that's the series, SC 4098, BM, and then 15, 30, or 45, and that's the length of the gooseneck, 15 centimeters, 30, or 45. And the problem I run into with the 30 and the 45 is that instead of being a long gooseneck, what they do is they have this this straight arm piece in the middle of it. So it's like a straight arm. So it's only gooseneck on either end. So it starts to bend out there, and then it goes to a straight part, and then it angles back. So it looks more like a podium style mic, but that it won't work for us. If we need to have that flexibility to loop up and over, it doesn't give us that. So I'm not a fan of that one. Mexican style sandal. Her arches, cool, super comfortable, good. I like the ones I'm currently using, and they've held up surprisingly well. They have a high arch, so they're very comfortable for even a guy like me. I have friends that swear by those her arches. Best discipline, throwing shoes. Yeah. Awesome, exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, would it be cheesy if I add a faceplant to my set for the file purpose of planting a plant? It's cheaper than a lectern. Add a faceplant to my set for the file purpose of planting a plant. Fake plant. Okay. Do what you need to do to get the best sound. That's what I'll tell you. There's no harm in putting a second plant up there. If they have a picture microphone, putting another microphone up there that's just a plant. You know, that's a cub. I put a cub in the middle of a podium. It's going to pick up with the person standing at the podium, and the microphone comes up. Camera's going to say, well, the microphone is right in front of his face. Let's angle it over at a weird angle where it doesn't do any good for sound, but it looks right in picture. And that, if you put something on the podium itself, it's going to pick up just fine. I usually try to use the practical microphones, the one just on the podium, but sometimes the props people are like, well, that's just a shell. It's just a empty one. And I'll say, well, can I put my own up there? So again, you watch Senior Year that just came out this week on Netflix. You'll see there's a short goose arm with a transmitter on the bottom of it. That's a transmitter, a cube style transmitter, electrosonics, that was going back to our mixer. So you'll see it in the prom, you'll see it at the graduation, you'll see it in various different times whenever someone does a speech, except for when Martha's in her office, then it was a different style thing. But I was booming her there. But the podium sequences, every time they have a podium, it's the same exact microphone. So you could say, would they have the same one at the school in the graduation? Yes, they would. It's a school. They would be using their own equipment there, so it makes sense. But but you might say, normally would it be a cable? Come out, go to a cable, and then disappear someplace? Hey, you know, it was electrosonics plant. We just put black tape around it so it was greeked. I'm back. Did I miss something? No, not really. Great chat, Alan. Unfortunately, I must leave. I have to go bail out Chris Harris. Apparently there's some disturbance. I don't doubt it, man. Bail out Chris Harris then. I would almost say, don't bail him out. Don't do it. Are you sure you want to? Don't bail him. Okay. So now we're on to the other Twinplex, now that I've been blabbing away and telling all these stories. Same exact accessories, just that the lav is actually different. Now this one here is different in the sense that I've been using this one. I use this for a video that's coming up, and I used it for a couple of... I used this one for the cable wrangling video, doing the location stuff. So that's pretty cool. I just need to take the adapter off because that adapter does not go with the Shure. Sure doesn't. So what are your thoughts on isolation shields? Take it you don't remember my video that I did where I did an isolation shield. I did a pile. I did one that was designed to go around a microphone. It was mainly what you would use for instruments. And then I used one that was a wraparound that you put the microphone in and you shield that way. Here's what I'll say. I'm not a huge fan of them, and here's why. The foam that's on them is very small. It's very, very thin. And it does not... sorry. And so it's like this amount of foam, and it's usually the same kind of foam that you get in squares on Amazon, or it's the same kind of foam that you're going to find on windscreens. And you know that doesn't do a whole lot. So think about a windscreen that's on a microphone, like one of these bad boys. One of these on that, it's this foam. It's the same kind of foam that's on those things, but this is like half an inch thick. Foam squares on the wall are an inch thick. And the ones inside of those isolation shields might be like this. If this is something that you put on top to reduce wind noise but still pick up acoustically, tell me, how is this going to really matter a whole lot and do a whole lot for treating your voice on something like an isolation shield? You will have metal or plastic right behind it where the shield is. So what you're essentially doing by having one of those hard shells is blocking out the room around you. But you're not acoustically treating it. So here's what's happening. Here's the way that the sound works. I'm in a big open room right now. So if I speak really loud, my acoustic treatment there is going to be doing a whole lot of taking out the reflections because I'm kind of pointing at them. This here is these are a bunch of tubs. I have a big open room around here. It basically stops right here. So this is the edge, barely outside. You know, you saw this room in my Atom Audio A7X and Sub 8 video, but it's longer. But my voice here, because I have enough stuff in here, there's carpet, there's, this, there's that, there's all these different things that absorb sound. An isolation shield, what it does is, remember, soundproofing is more STC, sound transmission class, which means you block out, you use harder, dense surfaces to block off and soundproof, where sound cannot get through. If you have me standing in the middle of a room and it has 10 feet of concrete on every single wall, and it's around me, I will not hear anything through that. I could be right underneath an interstate. I could be right underneath a jackhammer factory. I'm not going to hear anything because that is going to prevent those vibrations from coming into the place I am, keeping sound away from me. STC, sound transmission class. The higher it is, the better it is at absorbing that and making those waves not go through. Then there's also NRC, noise reduction coefficient, and what that is again the closer to 1 or higher than 1 is going to be better. So what you then have is you have that foam that you have foam 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. You have Owens Corning 703, you have Rockwell, you have all these different companies making these acoustic treatments that will go on walls. What that does is it doesn't soundproof as much as it absorbs the sound. So if I'm in that same room that's concrete 10 feet around me, it's soundproofed. But if I speak in that room, you're going to hear my voice echoing forever. It's going to, it's going to be terrible in that room. Unless you line the walls with like 4 inches of Owens Corning 703. It's going to absorb all of that sound and reflections. It's going to go through, bounce off of the concrete, and it's going to start to come through and it's going to dissipate. That's how an anechoic chamber works. So if you have something like, I forgot your question now, but okay, isolation shields, that's right. So if you have yourself a little isolation shield that's made of metal, let's say, or hardened plastic. You put that up to your face, you can easily take your hands, and if you put them up in front of your mouth like this, like might even be able to hear it on this, coming through this microphone right here, sorry. But if I'm talking, it sounds natural, it sounds open right now, but listen to this. If I were to start covering up my hands like this, it gets very close sounding really quickly. See that? Because there's a wall now right in front of me. It's keeping my sound from going out and filling up this room the way it makes sense to. And when you put an isolation shield with a microphone right there, you're essentially doing the same, and not exactly the same thing as cupping the microphone and changing the frequency response that way. What you're doing is preventing sound from coming into that microphone in places the pattern would normally pick up. So you're making it dial in more. So acoustically, it changes the timbre of the sound that comes into the microphone because you're basically blocking off part of the room. And then because your voice is bouncing off of an isolation shield that's only, a few inches away and it bounces back, you're not hearing the reflections. You're not hearing the reverberation or the echoes. You're not hearing that because it's too quick. Your ear cannot hear 1,000th of a second. And because of that, it's going to pick up without reducing those vibrations very much. But because you're blocking out a lot of that outside room because of the hardened metal or plastic, you don't really need the foam on it as much because it's not really doing a whole lot. And because it's so close to your face, all it's really doing is dialing in and pulling in your face into the microphone, and anything that's reverberated off is basically like a parabolic dish. It's going to center back into the microphone with a very minimal delay that you're not going to be able to notice. So there's your answer. I'm not a fan of them. They do technically block out the outside world. If you're trying to do a real quick voiceover and you have an air conditioner vent or something like that that's just blasting and you want to use an isolation shield to try to cover that up and try to get a signal to noise ratio up higher, it's going to make your voice sound more claustrophobic in that environment, but it will work, I guess. I'm not a fan of them personally myself. No, I don't. I watched way too many videos. Lol. Okay. This summer, I want to make some panels with Owens Corning 703 this summer. I really hope to find some stuff locally because there is no way I'm paying those shipping prices. Yeah. Good luck on that. There is an Owens Corning place, but I don't think they sell direct. They usually, that I know of. They don't sell direct. Otherwise, I would have gotten the stuff that I use for my background from them, but I had to buy it online and then ship to me. And yeah, those are crazy prices. No kidding. I mainly asked because I made a DIY with 1 cardboard and 2-inch thick foam. Here's what I'll say. I'll tell you. There is a product called Safe and Sound. I would say if you can get a hold of some Safe and Sound, you'd probably be happy. Please tell me that's not the... Did I forget to put this one away? Is that the clip? Is that... No, that's the clip that was on that. Okay, no problem there. I was getting myself confused. Is that... No. So it means it's going to be one of these. Okay. There's a product called Safe and Sound. You can usually get it at Home Depot or Lowe's. It might be a special order. It might take a little bit of time to get, especially during the part shortage and the shipping issues. But you can get it, and it usually comes in 3-inch. You can get 3-inch, and I think you might even be able to get 4 if memory serves. It's one of the things I contemplated on using for my background. It comes in rolls, and so you can get it. It's called Safe and Sound. It's flame retardant, and it's actually it's like Owens Corning, but it's a different type of material. But it is also very, very good use. It's also it's used for insulation. So it would be something that you could probably get at your local store. So if you want to avoid Owens Corning, when I put this together, I looked at it and said, I want this up, immediately. I want this up this weekend. So that meant me ordering it and paying the shipping costs and whatever else. I'm crazy. But I did look, and it was like, oh, well, you can actually go, if I wanted to drive to a Home Depot that was about 47 miles from my house, I could have picked it up. I didn't want to spend all my weekend driving an hour down there, picking it up, driving an hour back up. I'd rather stay home and be with my family, or do a video, or do whatever I was going to do, watch something. I'd rather do that and spend that time on the weekend as opposed to driving all over town. So, anyway. Call me crazy if you want to, but that's what I did. Alrighty, so a lot of these are the same kind of thing. Clips, and there's that. All right. Have you tried Hidemic? Repose acoustic noise reducer. I have not. I've heard of them. I'm very familiar with Hidemic's products, but I'll tell you something. All right, two things. Hidemic, they make great products. No question about it. The thing is, though, I'm old school. I do a lot of plants and microphones and things I put on people are still, I still don't really rely on a lot of accessories. I'll use the things that I can actually make. And so I'm sure that there's a lot of really good accessories out there. Hidemic makes them, Bumblebee makes them, Ursa makes them. Different companies make different things. Actually, Ursa doesn't make, never mind. But there's a lot of companies that make really good stuff, really good products. And I probably should, I know Rycoat makes some really good ones, stickies and that kind of thing. There's companies that make concealers. I mean, even Shure has their own concealer right here. But I have not actually used that particular one. I do know people that really swear by a lot of the Hidemic stuff, so it's probably something that I could at some point try them out, but I just haven't. So that says flat cap, so I want to make sure that I show that. And these are the presence caps. Got to keep those separate. Alrighty. Okay. So, hey now, what are you doing? You're escaping. You can't do that. And those are kind of cool little accessories. Same kind of things before. Alrighty. I love that person came in here a little while ago and was trying to troll me and be mean, but I just was like, I don't care. Be mean if you want. What you say is not going to hurt my feelings. You don't matter to me. Okay. Okay. Cool. Now I'm actually going to shoot some more B-roll. Let me see if there's any other questions here. I set it up with my 3-inch thick rock wool panel behind me and the isolation shield in front of me. Okay. I put some pictures in the podcast server. Okay. That's what I got. The safe and sound. Okay. Mine came in 3-inch sheets. Yeah. 703 is much better than rock wool. It is, but you can always layer up more of it. I think Booth Junkie is using rock wool in his. I don't think he had in his original booth, he had 703, I believe, but I don't think he was using that in his new booth. I think he's using rock wool, if memory serves. He actually texted me what it was. I asked him. Let me see what it is. Uh-oh. Who texted me? Yeah. What is that charge? A charge? Oh, I know what it was. Okay, never mind. I was like, my bank is notifying me of a charge. It started doing that about 2 weeks ago. It started saying, oh, you made a charge. I'm like, what is this? So is this a fraud alert? And I'm like, no, because I almost never use that card. What was I going to do? I was going to look up Mike Dog Audio. Let me see. There we are. Let me look and see what he is using. I asked him not long ago. He told me. Let me actually do a search. Sorry, I'm like distracted now. It's not rock wool. Let me do a search for treatment. No results there either. Where is it? I think I asked him back in January or something when I was building the new system out. March. Okay. Oh, okay. Here you go. he said his booth is 2 layers thick, 3-inch Owens Corning thermofiber fire and sound from Home Depot. That's what it is. Thermofiber fire and sound. Fire and sound from Home Depot. So 2 layers thick of 3-inch Owens Corning thermofiber fire and sound. But he lives farther north, so it may be an option. You might not have that option where you are. I think down here it's called safe and sound. But fire and sound is what he's using. So that's, there you go. Cool. Geez, okay. Joey, the guy I was covering, now he's texting me. I'm going to say, I'm in a live stream. Join chat to talk to me. Join chat to talk to me. Andrew just said cool yellow shirt. So he's watching, and he's just watching me chat to people. So it's like, I need to stop doing that. That's dumb. Okay. There you are being a moron. There's that. Delete. Where is that? Come on. I got to report that idiot that keeps posting stuff. Report that garbage. All right, Eldest, you're a moderator here. What is this? It didn't work. Slash ban doesn't work. I think you have to right click on it, dude. Banjo got the mod treatment that time. Okay, what you film and B-roll of? Different products have been sent. So right now, it's the Twinplex, sure. So that's what I'm shooting right now. So yeah. But Andrew, what you will appreciate is that I am actually using the BPTRX. So the sound you're hearing is the stock BP. Oh, no. My ISO is way up too high. There you go. It was overexposed. I'm using the BPTRX in this pocket, which is, and it's the stock lav right up here in the hat. There it is. It's the stock lav, because I would normally use the twin plexes because I haven't unpacked everything yet. Otherwise, I'd be using the WLAV Pro. But I'm shooting B-roll of these. Otherwise, I'd be using those. I used these into and recorded on the BPTRX for the video I recently did, the cable wrangling, and I have another video coming up soon that I used it for. But the BPTRX I'm transmitting to my Mix Pre 6, and then it's going out into the world the way you're hearing it. So that's what I'm doing right now. Interestingly enough, I did do a location shoot this week, Andrew, and no, I take that back, last week, and I recorded the lav on the person, and then I transmitted over so that I could monitor it on my headphones using the BPTRX. So I did do that. I still stand by everything I said in my review, though. I'm not going to get into it here. But what I will say is that it served my purposes. It made me happy. It was cool to be able to use. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, that was good. Now I'm going to add a little bit of flavor to it. Oh, that was garbage. Come on now. Why isn't this panning correctly? Come on. Are you locked off? Why aren't you working? I need to just take this off. That's great footage. Let's just record that. Okay. Okay. I can do better. That was better. Cool. All right. I'm probably going to be taking my leave here soon. We have a full day of structures to survey tomorrow. Hard stop to the end of the month, so we're rushing to max out numbers. Yeah. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Well, good. Get that money. Let's zoom in. Presence caps. Presence caps and concealers. Lock off for the win. That was a very slow thing. Go back. That sucks. Nerves suck. All right, whatever. Fine. Good enough. Good enough for this, right? We're not going to kill ourselves over B-roll shots. That is not the hill I'm going to die on. Is that the phrase? There we go. Another lock off. It's going to be great because what I can do with those is I can actually, do some zooming and stuff like that. 13 people in here still. So there are people like me that have no life on a Friday night, and y'all are in here with me. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It makes me feel a little better about my existence. It's funny because I could probably have been done with this B-roll footage a long time ago. But I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy the fact that y'all are here. I really appreciate. It's one of those things. It's really weird how people always say, "I love you guys," in videos. I love you guys. It always seems so trivial to me. It seems so like genuine and not really genuine when people say it just all the time in every single video. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I love you so much. And I will see you again. To me, it seems very weird because you don't know the people on the other end. I run into people on set or run into people like at classes and stuff I teach that know me from Sound Speeds, and I don't know them, but they talk to me as if they know me because they've been watching my videos, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. And then I want to know who they are. And I'm like, oh, please tell me. Because to me, that's really cool. But the thing is, though, try as I may, my memory sucks. I'm getting older. As a matter of fact, it's really cool. You're going to think that I'm weird for thinking this is cool. But if you look at the sides of my hair, there's a couple little bitty, either white or gray, I don't know what it is, starting to come in. So right now, I'm in my mid-40s. I'm at the point where my hair could start to change color soon. Am I recording? No. It could start to get white or gray. But you know what? I'm not the kind of person that's scared about vanity. I'm not like, oh my gosh, I gotta freak out, and I'm not gonna be happy if I turn gray or white or whatever. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, it's part of the natural process. You can try to hide all you want, but you're still going to age. And I'm not going to be freaking out by the fact that I'm getting older. What kind of slider? Oh, wait a minute. I missed Ping Pong's comment. I can get 8 sheets of 3-inch thick thermofiber fire and sound for only $50 at Home Depot. Glad you mentioned what Mike uses. That's a way better deal. Yeah. So you can thank Mike Delgadio. Go into one of his videos, watch his videos. You should be watching his content anyway. And make sure you tell him that you very much appreciate that he told me what he uses. Because I told you guys. And it is Mike Delgadio's idea to use the thermofiber fiber and sound. Not mine. It's Mike Delgadio for the win. Alrighty. Okay. Presents. Flat caps. Actually, you know what I should do? I should see if I could get a shot of the flat caps next to the presents caps. That's going to be a cool shot. I just need to actually be able to arrange the shot properly. Compose the shot. All right. Same kind of accessories on this thing. I will tell you, I like the way these Shure microphones sound. They sure do sound good. That's not even a pun that's good enough for Tom Buck. Tom Buck would probably give me a pity laugh. He'd be, ha, 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 ha. That's a good one, Alan. Out of pity. Actually, he's not cheesy at all. He seems like a really cool guy. And I would like to actually hang out with him. He's like Andre. I would probably cause so much trouble if I went and hung out with Andre. Just like when I hung out with Bandrew, it was so funny when I went to visit Bandrew. I think he knew that I'm crazy, but he didn't realize the extent of it. And he learned pretty quickly when I was out there visiting him. It was really funny. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this off, and I'm going to grab that trusty old, I almost said French fry, a flashlight. That's it. Now, let's see. I'm going to do the same trick I did as before. I'm going to add just a little bit of light right there on the caps. Let's see. That looks cheesy, but you know what? I'll lock this off. See if I can pinch it in. Kind of looks like an accent, actually. Sorry. Sorry, I know I'm not talking right now. I'm trying to get this. Cool. That's actually worked nicely. I like being able to use this. This is a oh, stop that. What's this called? New site. It's got a zoom on it, and what's kind of cool about it? Stop it. There you go. It goes to kind of a flood, but then when it goes to a solid, you can see there's a little bit of a ring. I'm sure you can see that. A faint ring right around here, and then on the inside, it's kind of hard to tell, but there's actually not smart. It goes down. If you shine it across the room, you can actually see the lines. I don't know. Can you see up there? Let me see if you can shine there. You can see the LEDs. You can see the square there. I don't know if it's focusing properly. I'll go over there. Maybe you can see it. I don't know if it's showing up on video as well, but it is cool how it works. I don't really need to show a whole lot with the Twinplex because The extra things there are the presence caps. Oh, I'm going the wrong way with it. Brilliant, Alan. Garbage. Don't want to drop it. All right. Presence caps and flat caps. Whichever you want. And hopefully the difference shows up on camera so you can see the difference. That's why I shot it in 1080p. Now I need to, well, 4K. Now I need to do one more thing here where I hold this up. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, I hate to say this, but I'm going to have to go up on the ISO again. Now I'm going to have to go down on the shutter speed to brighten that up a bit. Focus. All right, good. I don't really have fingernails anymore. Let me see if I can get that cap off of there to do a shot of the way it looks underneath that. Otherwise, I'll have to do it in the presentation video. Let me see. What kind of slider and head do you prefer for shoots like this? Not this one. I'll tell you, I got this slider. You're going to laugh when I tell you the brand. But I got it for one purpose. At the time, I was planning on just doing a couple of shots for a video. Not really do a whole lot with the B-roll. But I decided I was going to do more B-roll because I liked the way it turned out. So this is actually, I need to get a better slider. This is just a newer garbage. But, you know, if I want to fight it a whole lot, it it kind of does its job. It really sucks. You know what? I'm going to look at the bottom. I'm going to make sure this thing isn't threaded. I don't think it is. I think they're just supposed to pull off, but it'll give me more confidence, at least in knowing. Yeah, it just pulls off. It's just grabbed right there. So just don't want to break it before I do anything with it. Let's see here. I'll be taking my dad to the World War II incarceration camp that he and his family were sent. This will be the last time they'll be able to go. How can I get the best audio? Will be windy. For a second, I thought you were trolling. What kind of microphone are you using? Are you using an on-camera mic? Like one of the microphones like on top, you know, microphone, or are you going to be using something else? Because depending on the kind of microphone you use, there's different types of wind protection you can get. This is slowly pulling off. I just don't have fingernails is what the problem is. I chop them very low, very small, so I just can't get fingernails in there. And I don't want to grab it with pliers and pull it off. I'll probably pull the whole head of the microphone off, and I don't want to do that. So what can you use? They make, if it's for like a shotgun microphone or something like that, they make different versions of them that, depending on the microphone you want. Rycote makes a whole series of them. There's the furry versions of things, the softy, if it's a shotgun microphone. If it's more of an interview style, you can get yourself a bigger foam windscreen. You can even get the furry styles that fit for like one of those types of microphones. It's just it depends on what you want, how much wind protection you're needing. But the more wind protection you have on there, the more it's going to muffle the highs. So if you happen to have on the microphone you have or on the system that you're using, if you have some sort of a presence boost, you might want to hit that button. That will help quite a bit. It's slowly coming off. Like I said, I don't want to rip the head off of this thing. And I am prone to doing something goofy like that when I don't have fingernails. Because normally I would just be able to grab them with fingernails and pull them off. There you go. Finally. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'll get a shot of that here in a second. Okay. It's okay to get older. Don't want to be young again. I'd rather keep my experience. Yeah. And there's a lot that can be said for it too. I mean, think about this. Would I be nearly as knowledgeable at my sound speeds videos if I didn't have my experience? There's a lot that can be said for having experience. Even if you are made fun of by younger people, I don't care. It's funny. Some people are like, "You're getting grumpier on your channel." Getting grumpier? Maybe because people are doing bad practices. That's making me grumpier. All right, come on now. I'm trying to get the capsule a good sheen on it, but there we go. That's it. Ha ha ha! I think that turned out, which is great because I don't want to have to redo that shot. I'm very pleased by that. That was a good shot. I finally did a good one that I'm really happy of. That's exciting. Okay. So I've now demonstrated how the cap comes off of this. And now I'm just going to put it back in there. I'm going to put the clip on. Not the clip. This is the lob that I've been using I did the cable wrangling video with this. I did the video how to do walk-in talks. I did the video, the K-Tech location shoots I did with this lav. It sounds very natural. It sounds very open. There's a spoiler alert on what my thoughts are on this. I really like the way it sounds. So, and this is this is another product that because it's a lavalier microphone, people are going to want to hear how it sounds in different circumstances. So what I'm going to have to do with this one is I'm going to do one of my scream tests. Screaming louder and louder until, whatever. But remember, my wife and daughters are out of town next weekend. So that's why I'm going to be able to make all those cables next weekend. So again, if you've somehow missed it because you've been stepping away from the channel for a bit, and provided you're not watching this after what is it? May 24th. May 24th at noon, which is a Tuesday, I'm going to stop taking orders for my custom-made cables. I've already placed an order for some parts to come in, which cost hundreds of dollars. I mean, they're premium parts. So it costs like, what was it, $800? Probably $750, $750 maybe, $760. I forgot the exact number because I had to split it between two different vendors. One had a full stock of all the EMC connectors and the other connectors I use. And the other one had the different colored Canary L4E6S cable. So I had to go to two different vendors to get them. And because they didn't all have them all the same thing. But I priced things around to try to get the very best deal so I could offer the best deal to the viewers. And that's what I ended up finding. So let's see. What setup are you using for your lav? I have in this hat, sorry, sorry, that sounded like garbage, I'm sure. I happen to have a lav in this hat right there, and it's the side that's not facing camera. So it is the standard lav that comes with the D80 BPTRX system. I'm also transmitting using the BPTRX wireless system over to the receiver, which is going into my Sound Devices MixPre 6 over there. I'm using a cable, a USB cable, sending the video from my Sony ZV-1 over there to the computer. So that's how we're doing the live chat there. Wait a minute. Something's not right here. Oh, yeah, it is. It just didn't look right. Okay. He'll be on a wheelchair, so I'm open to your advice. What kind of microphone are you using? John, I want to give you good information, but I can't give open information without knowing a little bit. What microphone are you using? Or if you can't tell me that, tell me, are you using a microphone that's on top of the camera, or are you going to be hand holding a microphone or something like that, or are you using a lav? Because my advice would change depending on what you're using specifically. I would completely hit the rewind button and do it all over again, as long as I would be rewinding everything, not just me. Would hate to have to grow up now. Yeah. But you know what? There's a lot of things. People always say to me, if you could go back and redo things, would you? I'd do it just to do it the same way. And I know what you're thinking. Have you really lived that great of a life that you want to do, that you don't think you did anything wrong and you wouldn't want to do anything different? No, not at all. But I will tell you this. I'd like to think that, there are some things I would change. If I could change some things and not have it affect things like I would not want to mess up my children being born. I love those 3 girls. And if something I did changed my path, like if, for example, I didn't date a couple of girls, my timing would not have been the same, and the circumstances would not have been the same on how I met my wife. So I would not want to say, oh, I really wish I wouldn't have dated those girls, therefore I would have met my wife earlier. I don't think that would be the case. It doesn't work that way. So if nothing changed regarding that's my biggest thing right there. I would be fine with, some of the embarrassing times in my life, but at the same time, I did learn from them. So it's a lot that can be said. There's been a few tragic things that have happened that I absolutely would change in a heartbeat. And I won't go into that here on this stream. My closest of closest friends know. But there's been some things that have happened that I would want to change. And if there was no guarantees that would mess up, if there were guarantees, like it would not mess up my family the way that they are, I would not want to have any one of my daughters not be there simply because I decided I wanted to try to undo some of the dumb things I've done in my life or something. I've never, committed felonies like, Grand Theft Auto, or I've never destroyed any property, other than accidentally, like, maybe I accidentally broke a chair or something like that at someone's house. I mean, that would be like me, standing on a chair and breaking it, because it was not designed to be stood on, and I tried jumping or something. Over rocking in a rocking chair. I remember breaking a chair like that as a kid, and it went back too much, and I broke the back of the chair. Those kinds of things. That's not really a big deal. I've never killed somebody. I've never, attacked anyone like that unless they have attacked me. I've fought back. And I know for a fact I've probably crippled one person who attacked me at one point. Not crippled badly. I just probably broke their leg. And then there was another time, but I don't regret that because he attacked me. It was in New Orleans, and I had someone attack me. I think I told the story at one point in one of the streams. I'm not going to tell it again. But anyway, if there was no guarantees that would change my family life, then yeah, I probably would change a few things. But those were still learning experiences. I would not want to go back unless I could relive them the same way. Because there's been a lot of really funny things, some trolls before the word troll was even there. I would love to be able to remember some of the dumb things I did as a kid, even if I was watching them like on a screen. Like, you know how they always say your life flashes before your eyes the second before you die. Well, I tell you, there's gonna be, if I live my entire life again, in the last second before I die, it'll be a very interesting thing, because I'll go back and I'll watch, like when you watch a movie and the girl's running up the stairs with the killer, like in Scream when he's chasing her up the stairs, and you're like, don't do that, it's so dumb, he's right behind you. I'm going to be watching my video. I'm going to be watching my life on video and saying, oh man, why? But at the same time, there was an interesting point that I made in a voice chat recently where I said, the movies I really like that I've watched many times in my life, it would be kind of cool to see those many, many times again right before I die. Because when you go to heaven or wherever you go, depending on what your beliefs are, it's they're not going to be there. I mean, I guess you could say it is heaven, so your favorite movies would be there. Good morning from Belgrade, 9:20 a.m. Morning coffee and live sound speeds. Nice. Yeah, still doing this live stream. I'll be either mounting the mic to his wheelchair or a lav. Okay, so if you mount a mic to the wheelchair, only using in-camera for reference track. Okay. If you use a lav, depending on when this is, I would say if you're trying to eliminate wind, you can look into many of the Rycote products. They make a product called an overcover, which is great. They also make little circles. So if you want to get with some of the circles, the Rycote circles, or what they would do is you put a lav in that, then you put an overcover on top of it, and it looks like a little wind protection. Go back and watch my video. If someone's in the chat and wants to add it, it is what is the best, it's like 4 years old. It's like, what is the best lav wind protection or something like that. You'll see the overcovers in that video, and I tested against wind, and it's probably the most effective. And that's before I even put it underneath the shirt. It's turn off, save battery, save electrons, save power. It's one of those things where that was a pretty cool thing, being able to use overcovers in that. We still use them a lot in the film industry. Rycote also makes little small wind jammers. So if it's heavy wind, like you're going on top of a mountain and there's wind blowing everywhere, and you're really concerned about it that way, then I would say you should strongly consider getting something that's heavy duty. Get something that's like more fur based. One of my favorite things to do is they actually sell, Bumblebee sells their piece of fur. A piece of fur is what they use to make their shotgun microphone and wind protection options out of, but it's also it's a piece of the fur, and you just cut it off. It's woven on the back so that way it doesn't unravel. You cut the size of the piece that's going to go perfectly over your lav mic, and you can secure it to his chest if it's a lav, or to a piece of clothing, and then you could put the piece of fur on the other side. So if you wanted to put it on his shirt, on the underside of his shirt, or you wanted to put it someplace else, you could put the wind over top of it, and it would protect it. If you're using something clipped onto his wheelchair, there's going to be a shotgun microphone or something like that, you should look at the actual microphone you're using and see what high wind protection options there is. If you go to Rycote's website, there is a wind protection option finder. What's it called? Wind accessory finder? I can't remember what it is. If you go to rycote.com, you can look at what it is. You can find what it is. Mic finder, something like that. I think you can find it in one of the menus off of their main site. But you plug in the model number of that microphone, and it will tell you what products will work for it. You can get something like if it's a microphone that clips on to his wheelchair. Remember, you want to have a good shock mount. The wind protection option may weigh that shock mount down weirdly and cause noise if it's not designed for the kind of weight. You can get, depending on what it is, a short softy, a super softy, a wind killer from Bumblebee. Those are the first two, the softy and the super softy, are Rycote products. And you can actually see my video on what is the best windscreen, or what is it called? What is the best wind protection? What is the best windscreen? Maybe? I don't remember. But it was one that I released a couple of years ago. But then I go into various different options there. So there's the wind killer. There's their like bubble system. There's various different options from Bumblebee that work really well and effective. And then there's also Rycote effective systems too. So something like that would probably help you out tremendously. I'm inclined to use a lav because his head will probably move around a lot, and I'll be pushing the wheelchair so much that, yeah. So the mic will be fixed in place. Yeah, and if he's wearing a hat, for example, and you want, because you're concerned about him turning his head a whole lot, look at me right now. I'm not wearing a lav right here where it would be in the way. If he wears a baseball hat, or if he wears like any kind of headwear, you can put the lav in the inside of that. That way it goes with his head turns. It's going to sound even better if he's not going to be bothered by the cable going down the back. So like right now, this cable is going down right here. So I feel it. I'm very aware of it. It's bothering me a little bit. I'm able to not be distracted by it though. So how long has this live stream been going on? Let me see. What are we at? This has been going on for 4 hours? Really? Man, that's crazy. What else should I do B-roll of right now? I have 2 more microphones. I don't need to do a whole lot of B-roll anymore on either of the 2, but I want to go ahead and shoot all my B-roll tonight if I can. This one's going to be a fun one. You know what this one is? The CAD Equitech E100 SX. So that's going to be another video coming up soon. Now, for the E100 SX and the other microphone, I have not promised a full review. What I have promised is a listening comparison. So, oh goody, it has a much better, it's much better than it is on the E100. That's nice. Okay, good. I like the design. Oh, that's kind of funky. Ooh, that's kind of a cool design, I must say. So, I don't do unboxings, so that crap I don't need to worry about that crap. That's kind of cool. It has a diagram on the inside that you can use to, how can I prop that up? Let me see if I have some over here that I can use to prop that up, so that way I can see better. There we go. Oops. How is the sausage made? Well, you're finding out. Okay, there we go. So, what in the world is this little thing? Warning, rings, and then the microphone. All right, let's see. Oh, let's move this tablet there. We don't need that, do we? Ooh, that's kind of cool. I can do a pan. Won't a pan? Oh no, that's a tilt, isn't it? I'm going to be one of those guys that messes up and says the wrong thing. This is really seriously underexposed. Let's see if I can get an angle where there's going to be a little bit of sheen on it. Or let me see if I can actually get enough of a soft light on it on just that's actually really, really funny. But it works. It does work. Awesome. Okay, well, we'll tilt down. We'll be great. So hold the shot. Slow tilt down. Okay, that's great. And I'm going to zoom in on the diagram there. Oops, start on this. There's a diagram on the inside of the box. And that diagram, hold on 1 second. It's out of focus. It's close enough. Okay, I gotta rack focus with this. Garbage, overshot it. All right. Right there, freeze. I went the wrong way with that focus. That's stupid. Come on now. There we go. Start there. It's framed up properly. There we go. Okay. So, I technically only promised a listening comparison between the CAD E100 and the E100S. So what I'm going to do is more masked mic style, where I get the microphone in front of me. I'm going to talk into it. I'm going to talk into it, the E100 and the E100S, and I'm going to let you hear both of them. And at the end, I'm going to reveal if microphone 1 or 2 was which one. So that way you're going to go into it not knowing which one is which, and at the end there will be a reveal. And I'm going to do the same thing I always do. I'm going to tell a story. So that way you're going to be able to hear the story, and that's going to tell us, they'll tell you whether or not, that way you can hear the story and you can hear that comparison, and determine if you like it and which one do you like. So, yeah, good times. Let me see if there's actually any more comments right now. A question or something like that I might need to address. Spin around. There we go. Thank you for your advice. I'll check out that video. Absolutely. Hey, Matt Price. Matt Price. Oh, man. Matt Price is in the house. And then Boromir's here. Oh, goodness. Effort in the wild. So, yeah, man. I might just show the... Yeah, I might just show it. there's, I mean, I'll just show the box and in the video. That way I don't have to shoot B-roll of it. Oh, that's cool. It says E100 92 to 2003, E100 2 2003 to 207, E100S 2007 to 2020, E100X 2022. E100X. This is the SX. Okay, whatever. Let's we'll do that here in a second. So Matt Price, how is married life and fatherly life treating you? I've noticed that you've been doing some videos lately, which is nice. It warms my heart to know that you're still out here slumming in the world of sound. And doing the whole sound thing, which is wonderful. Matt Price, in case you're not familiar with him, he does a channel called Sound Rolling, and he's been very inspirational to me. He was one of the people that originally, when I started Sound Speeds, I'd actually reached out to him because he was doing video content at the time. I think he was doing like a video a day, and what he did is he was always doing like content from set, or he was doing like, he was on his way to a job and he would be like, oh, that's terrible, god awful, go high speed. And so he would be talking with this like boom operator, and he would say, you know, here's how it went, and here's something that happened, and here's how we fixed it, or how it was remedied or whatever. And it was cool. I mean, he was doing daily content for the longest time, and really, really cool stuff. So I was always had my daily dose of Matt Price. And then he did, probably about 7 years ago, it was I think in December when we recorded it. Oh, this is a terrible thing. Terrible. He did an interview with me for Sound Chats where he was talking to sound professionals. Come on now, pan properly. Man, I need to just concentrate on this. Sound Chat, though. It could be a lot worse. But Sound Chat was really cool because he would talk to professionals in some aspect of film. So it would be like a person that concentrates mainly on recording special effects sounds, or it would be someone that does, like me, a boom operator or a sound mixer or something. And he would talk to a whole bunch of different pros, and he would release content like that. It was really, really cool. He was able to talk to a lot of different professionals in a lot of different areas of the craft and learn quite a bit. And his sound chats are still really awesome to watch. He was able to get, Watson Wu, and he was able to get Matthew Price, and he was able to get, obviously me, Doug Cameron, and Whit Norris. Doug Cameron actually died a few months ago. And he was really reclusive, so he didn't really grant. He was very much a family guy, and he would not leave his house on the weekends if he could avoid it. He did not want to ever leave. If he was on a job, he would make sure that he was with his family every weekend if he could. Big time family guy. So it was always kind of irritating for someone like me who wanted to see my friend. But I also understand completely. He wanted to see his family. There's a lot that can be said for a guy like that, and you can't fault him. Okay. Oh, that's a cool shot. I'll do that. Okay, cool. Only thing I'll say is that was a little out of focus, so let me try that again. Ooh, let's get my hand out of the way. So yeah, Doug died a few months ago, which was very... He was the guy that during the Epic live stream when Witch showed up, we talked a little bit about Doug, and it choked us both up because he was a good guy. He was a guy who was my mentor. So anyway, high level of respect for Doug. Didn't get to see him for a while, but the very last thing, I called him up to tell him there was the new line of ambient boom and that I had checked it out and told him what my thoughts were of it and stuff like that. And I did tell him, you know, my insider knowledge and information on some information about the kit, the repair kit that Ambient was sending out. And one of the last things he told me, that in a text, which I still have, and I cherish it, was that he said, "You certainly have mastered your craft." And I look at that as an accomplishment, because he was a very accomplished boom operator, still is, obviously, but he was also someone that meant a lot to me when I first started out, because not a whole lot of people would give you the time of day if you were a new person. He was one of the few people that did. He gave this new guy, when I was a new guy, he gave me the time of day. When I asked for some information, he would give it to me. He would spend time talking to me on the phone, and he didn't have to. I mean, he was very accomplished as a pro. He would text me back and forth, and he would we would share secrets and talk about different aspects of what we were working on, and I would double check thoughts that I had on things, especially when I first started this, doing this full time. I would ask him questions, and he would say, "Yeah, you're right. You're pretty much right." Because there was, in the Georgia market, when the incentives started and the film industry really started coming here, it was something that we did not. There was not a lot of people that were veterans and willing to talk about sound and really give us information that we needed. And so I was looking for people that would kind of act as a mentor, but there were not very many of them. There were a lot of people that just would not talk to you. And there were people that would look down on you at all for just not knowing. And they would, granted there was a lot of people from LA that did that. But Doug he would talk to me. And so when I asked him a question, he would answer it. And that meant a whole lot to me, because I was able to learn quite a bit from him, because he wasn't worried about me trying to take his job and, that kind of thing. So he was more than happy to answer my questions when I had them, which meant the world to me, because it meant that since there were not very many seasoned pros in this market, I didn't have a whole lot of people I could really talk to about things. And he was one of the very few people that would. So I would text him questions, he would answer them. And aside from that, I mean, it was like, if I asked him something, he would reply, and he would tell me there's actually a tweak to that, or a better way might be this way, or something like that, and he would tell me. And so I learned quite a bit from Doug. And so it meant a whole lot to me when he told me that I'd mastered my craft. That's like one of the last text messages he had sent me. I screwed up, picked up a CAD E300 in B&H photo sale. When it arrived, the front mic grill was not attached. Box looked like it might have been a return already. That sucks. They were closed for religious holidays. I put it aside till talking to you about CADs. Grr. 11 audio nerds awake on this stream at this time on a Friday night. Makes sense to me. Hello, fellow losers. Do people from LA still talk down to Georgia crew? I will tell you this. I haven't run into that a whole lot anymore. It used to be that they would. But they haven't in recent years. And I think part of that is because we kind of made a few changes to the industry. And it's for the better. Hold on one second. I'll elaborate here in a split second. Let me see if I can get a better angle of this. I wonder if I pop that. Stop flashing. Why would you flash? You haven't been on in the longest time and you're going to start flashing. That's dumb. Okay. No, that doesn't work. So when the incentives first came to Georgia, people were just like, this is the next fly-by-night city that's going to get the incentives, and people are going to show up and think they're hot stuff, and really they don't know anything. And they're going to just, the incentives are going to go away. I had veterans telling me, they've seen this many times in the past. It's going to go away, and then we're going to go on with our lives and go to other careers, and they're the ones that are going to still be doing film in another way. They're going to be doing it in other cities. So I had veterans telling me that, and failing to realize that we can travel too. But anyway. Actually, let me do it that way. Sorry. So the one thing that we have, though, is this thing called Southern hospitality. So people that would come to Georgia, they didn't really want to be mean to us because they may have come from an area that would be shorter, more directional, even mean perhaps to people. But some people would come here and still be jerks. Others, they would realize that we, don't need to be mean to us because we're not really, like I said, a threat to them. Now, some people would still feel threatened simply because of what they refer to as runaway production. Let me back this thing up a little bit. But when people would start to try to learn, brighten this up a little bit. When people would start to learn things, and they would ask LA people weren't always answering. So it would be other smaller markets that were answering things. So okay, fine. So when Georgia people were novice, didn't really know a whole lot, they would bring shows to Georgia. We would do our best, but they would be like, oh, geez, the crews here are so inexperienced. But we had to learn. We basically taught ourselves skills because there was at the time not a whole lot of people willing to really share their thoughts and knowledge with us. But over the course of time, we started to learn our tricks. We started to then learn tricks that they were not teaching us. And over the course of time, we started building communities of people online because people would ask questions, and we wanted to make sure that if they were going to be coming to Georgia or participating on Georgia films, we wanted to make sure that they weren't making us all look bad. Because if there were a few people that were probably the best in Atlanta, and then there was a bunch of people that were novice, they would make us look bad, and we didn't want that to happen. So we started to build up the community. That's one of the things that I started to notice, and I was being told there was a big shortage of experienced people here in town. And so I started teaching a lot of classes, so that way there would be people that we would be sharing knowledge. That's one of the ways that I got into teaching. Teaching for sound before sound speeds. I started teaching union classes that only union members would be able to go to. And let's see. Cool. But over the course of time, from having to teach ourselves, we learned things. We started learning tricks, and it probably also helped that analog was on its way out and digital was on its way in. So a lot of the newer school people were having to learn the newer ways. So we came in at a good time. And so some of the old timers were like, those Atlanta people are starting to learn some stuff. And so we were all able to kind of learn it together. And we also, at the same time, there was a lot of online forums that we started to really participate in to share information and knowledge that we were learning ourselves. And over the course of time, what happened is there was less of the cocky LA attitude of no, these are things that we have been working really hard on and, worked on for a long time. And you just come in on this fly-by-night incentives or whatever, and it's going to go away real quick. And trust me, I've seen this many times before. Granted, yeah, I mean, sure, the incentives could go away. They could absolutely go away, and production could go away too. But I would like to think that there would be enough people that I know that would be willing to take me on the road if they needed to go on a show someplace out of town. So if I needed to go out of town to travel, I've done it before. Might as well, right? I'm not against going to work in another industry. Not another industry, another town, even though I really don't want to have to leave Atlanta because I don't have to at this point in time. So I'll show the video on the box on camera when I hold it up. But over the course of time, as we started to actually share information, LA people started learning from us. And so they stopped making fun of us as much. And then it really became one of those things where, since people in different areas of the world were coming together through the internet and talking about different aspects of sound, we all started kind of sharing information more. And that loosened up a lot of people that would normally have probably, mocked us or, made fun of us for us being in a market like Georgia. Where are those scissors? I just had them here. I don't know where I did with them now. They're probably staring at me in the face. It's just dark. I can't see. Where's that flashlight? Oh yeah, quite literally right there. If I would have moved my hand over about an inch, it would have touched them. So no, they're not really being mean to us anymore. As a matter of fact, LA people are extremely supportive of sound people in general. And I think it's now been realized that a lot people everywhere can add to the industry. As a matter of fact, I mean, like if you want to talk about YouTube channels, just here on YouTube, Matt Price, who might still be in chat here, he's in London. But he's new school, I guess you could say. He's a newer guy. Been mixing a few years, not like 5 decades or 4 decades like some of these guys. But at the same time, you want to look at another sound person. Well, aside from me, there's Michael Wynn. Michael Wynn's also in Atlanta, just like me. There's who else is doing production stuff? I mean, there's some sound effects people and stuff like that who are on Instagram and Twitter but they're not production sound people like us. So am I the only person that likes the smell of styrofoam? Not rice cakes, styrofoam. Even though you could argue that rice cakes are basically edible styrofoam. Anyway, so yeah, let's do that. Let's look right at the bottom. I know that sounds bad, but we're going to do it anyway. All right. So no, I think the internet's really helped a lot of people to realize that we can all love each other and participate in the same market in different cities, and we're not really a threat. They're still going to get work in their cities. We're going to get work in our cities. There's still some teams that are going to travel all over the world. There's some people that like to travel all over the world for jobs. Love to get that travel experience and stuff. I don't really want to. I'd prefer, if I have the option of staying in town, I would much rather do that. Okay. Let me see if I can nail that. Yes. Turn this a little bit more. Let's go straight up the bottom. So no, there's not a whole lot of attitude towards Georgia people anymore, luckily. I mean, they might, if they talk down about us at all, it might be out of jealousy that we're getting so much work. They call that runaway production. Or the fact that they're not traveling as much for jobs to Georgia anymore. When you go glide the slider, try taking a big breath and release the breath at the same speed as I actually am doing that. That's the reason why I am doing that. I'm probably just not breathing as fast as I should. Hey, Ping Pong, I should be asleep, but I can't stop watching. Is that a worker bee? Oh, it's a king. Yeah, you know what? The worker was very much my favorite. It is between the king and the worker, number one. The king is great and all. What I usually tell people is the worker bee is the one that I would use most of the time. It's the one that is flatter. You guys know I like flat mics. Come on now. Stand up. Stand up. You don't have to be afraid. Come on now. What are you doing? Is that plastic? Okay. Come on now, cooperate. You don't want to sit up properly. I don't want to have to lean this thing over. Okay, stay. Stay there. Do not move. All right, let's do a slide. Now we'll do your trick. I will do your technique. All right. This slider sucks. That really is bad. Oh, it's high speed. Oh, man. Some of that's been high speed. And I thought it was 4K. Okay, come on now. I know what part of this is. Part of the problem is it's dipping a little bit on the edges, and I could always put a C stand and clamp it off like you normally do on a slider. Put a monopod, screw a monopod in right there, and run a stand up on either side, right there at that circle. And there's multiples actually. 1, 2, 3, 3. I could, but I'm not going to. Oh, come on now. All right. Morning from the UK. Hey, Andy. Apache Pro. Question. This regards microphone placement for large diaphragm condenser mics. How will placing the mic at mouth level, below mouth level, and above mouth level vary the sound it picks up? Excellent question. I love questions like this. The way that here, I want you to think about things. When you're coming up from underneath on somebody, what you hear more is the nose. You hear more of the chest cavity. Remember how it takes more power for you to push out bass farther away from you than it does the mids and highs from your voice. So if you are still talking up and a microphone is down low, your voice is kind of going over it. So you're getting more of the bass because the bass radiates in all directions. Now, if I point downwards towards a microphone, I'm going to be picking up all those mids and highs. The higher the sound is, the more directional it is. So if it's down low like this, it's going to be shooting a lot of those highs over. Now, granted, the microphone is still picking your voice up, and it's still on axis to your mouth. So you're going to be picking up all that fidelity. But the lower you are, the more bassiness from the chest it's going to be, the more you're going to be picking up that resonance. If you're coming in from above, that's when you're going to be hearing more of the stuff that around you. You're going to hear papers more and that kind of thing. You're going to be picking up less of the chest. It's also going to sound, as a general rule, with a large diaphragm, you're going to be picking up a little bit, more bass than you would a shotgun or something like that. But it's going to sound pretty natural because the voice is still radiating pretty well. If it's more at the mouth level, you're going to be picking up more of that detail. Usually, if you come in more from the front, you're going to be picking up square, the frequency is not square. You're going to be picking up more of the mids and highs directionally at them. The balance that you normally pick up when you talk to someone and you hear them when they're looking right at you. If it's coming up from above, like you can do the same thing with your ears. If you have someone sitting on the ground and you take your head over them and you kind of crouch down and it feels like you'd be crazy, but putting your ear down and listening at different heights, have someone stand up on a sofa and go underneath them and listen. You can hear it with your ears. You can hear how things shift around. The things that's closest to the microphone are going to be the loudest. If you're coming in from underneath, it's going to be the chest. If you're coming from above, you're going to miss a little bit of the mids and highs. But it's going to help balance out the lack of the chest a little bit too. So it's going to actually, so you don't want to be square over here with a large diaphragm. You want to be out a little bit. That way you can still capture all those vibrations pointing upwards. But there's some really cool different things that you can do with the way that your voice picks up. But that's basically the long and the short of it, is how... Yes, let's do that. Actually, let me see. Can I do this? It's going to be off axis. Lock off. Hi, Fresh Brownie. What is your mic? You sound great, thanks. I'm using the Deity BPT RX. And I have a transmitter in my pocket. It's coming out. The lav is right here. Sorry to make that sound so loud, but it's right here inside this hat. Just barely sticking out of the brim. So that way it's this far away from my mouth. And then it's being transmitted over to my sound to the receiver that's going directly into my Sound Devices Mix Pre 6. So it's going out over the internet. My Sony ZV-1, where the camera is going out through a long USB, micro USB cable to the computer, providing the camera where you see the webcam and you see the video and stuff like that. But that's how my sound is hooked up right now. It's just the same way as before. Does this come off? Ooh, I don't want to break this. It's moving. I think it's designed to come off. Yeah, it is. Good. Oh, it's a smaller diaphragm. It's a smaller diaphragm than it was before. Well, I don't know what I think about that. It's not a 34 millimeter diameter. If you still point it at your mouth, straight on gives you full sound. Above gives you more chest and throat. It gives you less chest, actually. Wait a minute. Straight gives you... If still pointed at your mouth, straight on gives you more full sound. Above gets you more chest, throat. Up will pick up more nasal. Yes, the up definitely picks up more nasal, and it also picks up more chest because it's closest to your chest. You also get a lot of resonance off the top of your head, so it's less detailed mids and highs. So anyway, help me understand a bit more. Thanks. Do you ever use dynamic mics? Yes, I do. Dynamic mics are I usually will use that a whole lot in voice. If I do stuff in non-acoustic, what am I trying to say? If I am in a non-treated room, I will use those, absolutely. So let's see. Stop flashing. Stop flashing. That's just not good. There it is. All right. All right, how are we doing on chat? The dynamic I usually am most fond of is the SM7B. Has nothing to do with banjo either. I started using the SM7B before I started SoundSpeeds. I bought an SM7B. Somebody was selling one. There we go. Someone was selling one for $300, I think it was. Yeah. Sorry, I haven't been talking. That was kind of a tricky move. But I like the SM7B better without the windscreen. Windscreens muffle the highs a bit. And it's already not got a whole lot of highs. I don't want to use the presence boost on it, but I just take the windscreen off, and that little bit of extra fidelity you get in crispness really helps with the SM7B. And this is one of the reasons why I tell people that, like, it's the same kind of thing as when you have acoustic foam. I said this earlier in the stream, but I'll say it again in case anyone's just tuning in. If you have acoustic foam, what you need to be aware of is acoustic foam, if it's thin, even if it's thicker, it's the same thing as like the windscreens here that you would get for a shotgun microphone. It's the same exact kind of foam. It's just not half an inch around a microphone. What it is instead then is it's more full. It's fatter sound. It's a fatter, it's like a 1 or 2 inch or maybe even 4 inch thick foam. And so it's not actually great by any means. So you really have to be careful if you use that, because you're going to be more thinking that you can get away with stuff and it's going to be really good for you, even though it's not. It's the same exact stuff that's in a windscreen, except that it's less. So you just make it thicker and it cuts out more of the highs. And so if you put that on a wall, guess what's going to go away? In acoustic foam, it's going to be the highs. So that's the reason why it's not great, because it doesn't do a whole lot for the lows. So yeah, one of the reasons why a lot of pro voiceover artists are not that fond of the foam. I don't really like it all that much either. It doesn't really do a whole lot. Where am I trying to go? Where is the little... There it is. I wonder... Sorry, I'm trying to get the angle right on this. That did not go on very well. There it is. Okay. So you'll know the Easter egg behind that. It went in, when I clicked it in place, it only went in one side. So when I brought it up, I had to click it on the other side. So that that demonstration of me putting the windscreen back on for the video, it went on and it stayed on. But as soon as I brought it up, I realized it wasn't clicked into place on the top. So now it is. Wonder... Okay, so it's the same kind of thing as before. Except the wind spinning the whole... Gosh, that squeak isn't any fun. That's a pretty aggressive sound, isn't it? I so look at this. Every single time I see this, I almost want to talk into the round part. I want to talk into the round part, not the flat part. I want to talk into the back where it's rounded. Like I want to speak into that. It reminds me of the front of a Zeppelin. It's like, that's a fun thing. Good. I don't like this plastic piece on the windscreen. The rest of it feels metal. It feels pretty good, but that plastic is really irritating me. I don't know why. Okay. Let's see if I can answer another question. If there is another question. Guess what? I keep blocking you. Why do you keep coming back? Where are my moderators? Gonna remove. I find it so crazy that so many these chat crap that gets in there. All right, so wait, do you mean having the microphone lower but angled up picks up more lower frequencies from the chest and more nasal due to it being angled up? Well, when the microphone is down lower, it's pointed more upwards, up your nose. So if you can imagine, if I'm talking into this microphone right here, and it's angled upwards, it's towards my chest. My chest cavity is radiating bass in all directions. And part of that's going right here, this far away from the microphone, right? And because it's pointed upwards at my nose, if I breathe through my nose awkwardly, or if you watch Curtis Judd audio about 2 weeks ago, there was the what did he call it? It's not a contest, it was the post edit, whatever it was called. It was like this I was one of the guests on there. There was me, there was Mike Delgadio, and there was Austin. And anyway, we talked about things, and one of the things that when they did an audio sample, I did listen to a guy who submitted an audio thing, and he submitted his voiceover, and he said it was boomed. He didn't specify over or under, but I heard a lot of no's. So I said, if I were to guess, I'd say you're booming from underneath because I heard a lot of nose whistling. The nose just naturally whistles when you come up from underneath, as opposed to getting this suddenly away from the chest where you're going to have more of a natural type balance. Think about this. When you're standing away, maybe about 3 feet or so away from someone, you have about this much dissipation of the bass through the air. Most of the time people stand about 3 feet apart when you're talking to someone. If I were to put the microphone in front, you're getting a little bit more bass because it's only about maybe 1.5 feet. If you come up here, though, higher, it's closer to 2 feet. It's more matching the kind of bass that you normally get out of someone when you hear them talk. So by coming up from an angle like this, pointing downwards, or even closer like this, you're getting this part of the mouth more so than you're getting here. So you're getting the play off of the head, the resonance off of the head, mouth, and all this kind of stuff, but you're also getting the chest at a more regular type distance, as opposed to here where the mids and highs are square on, and you're getting all the detail that's coming from the inside of the mouth. So you'll hear if someone whistles through their teeth. You'll hear that more so than you're going to hear it here because the lips are going to be covering that up a little bit more. So there's a lot of little bitty things that you'll notice if you do it a lot and you compare a lot. If it's coming from above, you're going to hear less of the whistles and the when people have done in the past, like the silly voice where they talk and they whistle at the same time. Yes, I can't do it. yeah, yes, it like, yeah, I understand. You know what I'm talking about? The whistle that sometimes you've heard people joke about in the past, and they'll laugh about that. Well, you get less of that because unless it comes through your teeth. Because if you boom from overhead, you're not getting as much of that. You're getting more of the mouths, the lips forming things, the vibration coming from the chest, and the formation of the word through your throat, and your lips being shaping the sound. You're picking that up more naturally. But if you're from the front, you're picking up all that detail, all the mouth crispies, all that sound is going straight into the diaphragm coming from the front. So that's something you have to be definitely aware of when you're doing sound is the different methods, different ways that people's voice resonates. So come on now. People's voice resonates at different places and at different amounts. Come on now. Man, I'm not able to see that. Contacts are drying out. I think that's it. We're going to go for it. Let's hope. This thing. You do not want to grab that at all, do you? This is far less elegant. That's okay. It's going to make a funny bit of the video. Come on now. There we go. Get in position. There we go. I hope that turned out. I don't even know. I'm not going to redo it, though. I got plenty of B-roll of this thing. That's the Neat King. So, good. It's on there. What is that clicking? Is that the oh, that's my fingers. Wait a minute. Is that the plastic? No, it's something else. Man, that's actually disappointing. There's some plastic on here. There's a lot more plastic than there was. The main part of it's still metal. That's nice, but I guess it's not really an issue. It's probably a little bit of play off of my hands as I'm touching it. I mean, you can hear that sound. Okay, let me think. Is there anything else on this? There's no lights. That's a shot that I had on the original King Bee video that was really cool, is the light turning on. When you give it phantom power, the bee on the back of the King Bee and the worker bee both turned on. Elastic is at least effective. That's not symmetrical. Did I cross thread it? I'm going to have to take it apart to see if I made a mistake here, which is entirely possible. I'm not a robot. And this, I'm honestly not a fan of this design. Okay, let's see. Okay, that is most certainly not cross-threaded. Where does that say it's made in? Made in China. Awesome. Okay. Oh, let's see. So it wasn't cross-threaded, it's just not symmetrical. Wonder if I can get a picture of that, or a video of that. The non-symmetrical. Hey, you're standing up now. Good job. Let's see if there's any other questions. The chirpy sibilant sound? Yes, very much so. That was it. Okay, it helped me understand a bit more. Thanks. Hey, Alan, is it worth getting a mix pre-10 or saving up for a Sound Devices 833 Zax Nova coming from a Zoom F8N and doing mostly ENG jobs? Not many at the moment. Stay on the Zoom F8N because the mix pre-10 is more of a horizontal lateral move. You're going to have cleaner preamps with the mix pre. It's going to be, but only slightly. Let's see, what else are you going to get on the mix pre over the Zoom? It'll be, obviously it functions as an interface very effectively, I might add. One of the big things that you're going to be doing with the mix pre, though, is you're going to be getting the same amount of work, and it's the same kind of thing, same kind of device that you're going to be able to do with the Zoom F8. You're not going to be able to do anything more so with the F8 than you would the mix pre, and so I would save up to spend your money on the Zax Nova if you need the transmitters, because basically, your inputs on an F8N is you have 8 channels that are XLR, and then on the mix pre 10 you basically have 8 channels that are XLR also. Come on now, aren't you focusing? I mean, you have the extra 2 auxiliary channels, which can either be USB or, come on, I see you lighting up there. There it is. But it's less of a move than it would be if you went to a Zax Nova. Being able to fully integrate in wireless into your mixer, and only at like a cost of £6. For £6, it gives you so much. It's awesome. The Zaxcom Nova, I really like that design. What was I going to say? Or the 833 even. 833 is also a solid machine. And you got the whole Sound Devices, analog preamps, and that kind of thing at that point. I need to go to sleep. Good night, everyone. I wonder how long Alan will keep going. Alan will keep going until he finishes this, the B-roll, which is quickly coming to an end. I don't need to continue to record all night. It's already... Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:39 a.m.
3:39 a.m. Beautiful. How long have I been doing this stream? Let's see. 5 hours, 9 minutes. Okay. So again, when I get to the Neat King B and the CAD Equitech E100, those videos are going to be less of actual reviews and more of a listening comparison. That's what I promised both King, or not King, but that's what I promised Neat, is a comparison between the King B and the King B2. I was very direct about not wanting to commit to doing another crazy, outrageous, long, whatever video. Because really, let the truth be known, is I've already kind of covered it. I want to be able to talk about the King B, but I'm going to be flip-flopping back and forth between the King B and the King B2 and talking about the differences in the design and stuff. And that's what I'm going to be doing. If I want to, I might tell a story like I do in Masked Mics to demonstrate how microphones sound. I might start there, actually, so you know how they sound. Anyway, there you go. King B is going back into the box. Solid state condenser microphone. I like the King B1. I wonder if I'm going to like the King B2 as much. I don't honestly know. I have not compared them yet. I'm going to probably do a story. I might start with a story, record the story, and then have that in the can. And I might do that blind. So you don't know, and I don't even, that you won't know. I'll be flopping back and forth between the two of them in post. And that way you won't know which one I have up at what time. And then I will piece those together, and I'll talk about my thoughts and opinions about them together at the end. So I'll probably do that. I think that's pretty much it. I have done all the B-roll I need to, so I can now dump this card off onto my computer, charge up my batteries, and be done. Finally go to bed, because it's kind of a big weekend. Not as big as some of the weekends we've had in the past. So there we go. Alrighty. Any more questions in chat? Let me see. Any more questions? Let's see. Alan, have you considered reviewing the Rode NT-H100 monitoring headphones? No, for two reasons. Number one is Rode did not send them to me, and I don't really have much of an interest in buying headphones. Not for the purposes of reviewing. And the reason why is because headphones are very difficult to review, because I cannot share the experience. I did a video even about why headphone reviews aren't great. You can't. What it really boils down to is you cannot share the experience with me. I could, with a microphone, for example, I can talk into it. I can move farther away. You can see on camera how far away it is from my mouth, at what angle, how is it sounding. And depending on your headphones that you're listening on, it's going to depend on what you think of them. If you hear two microphones, you're able to use the same common listening headphones and say which one you like better, because everyone hears differently. If it's headphones, you could listen to my headphone review, and even if you have the head that has the little microphones on the inside, there's still the what is it, the pinea as the outer part of the ear. You also have the ear canal. Everybody's is shaped differently. If I'm older and I have presbycusis, and that means that I lose a little bit of the highs over the course of age, then I would not be able to hear as well. I may have had the hearing age when I'm younger. If you were in the military, if you were in a rock band, you might not be able to hear as many highs. If you don't pay attention to certain sounds, if you have tinnitus, or whatever you want to call it, that would affect the way that you hear. If you only have one hearing out of one ear because your other ear is damaged, you have a blown out earlobe or blown out eardrum. All those different factors and more affect the way you hear sounds. And if I am trying to talk to you, if I talk to you and I do a modeling with headphones on top of the little head and I model the way it sounds, and you listen to it on your phone, how are you able to hear what those headphones sound like? You can't. So what you have to do is rely on me saying, yeah, it sounds like this, it sounds like this, it sounds like this. I can talk about the comfort of headphones, and you can understand that. I can show how it squeezes to the touch, how it's made, and how it feels on the ear when it's hot or cold. You can describe things like that, but headphones are all about the way it sounds to you, and listening is a personal experience. So no, I have no interest in buying headphones just to review. Thanks, Alan. I'll do my research between the A10s and the Zax Wireless and decide which ecosystem is right for me. I'm mainly interested in the possibility of recording at the transmitter. Recording at the transmitter, then the A10s won't do that unless you're out of the country. With a name like Roberto Paris, you might be. So if you are not in America, you can record on the transmitter. Actually, you might even be able to in America, now that I think about it. I don't think Zaxcom has a patent for recording a boom transmitter. I might be mistaken on that. I think I remember hearing about that, but then I remember saying, wait a second, I thought it was part of a patent, but I need to do some more research on that. You might be able to record at the transmitter. I know you stick a memory card in the A10 and it says it's ready. It might be able to. I don't know if when you hit record if it disables the transmitter or not. It might not. Actually, it very well might not. You mentioned the good neutral sound of the bees. Would you classify Rode NT1 as noticeably brighter than them? The King Bee, the original, sounds more like the TLM 103 to me. That's why in my comparison, when I did my review of the King Bee, I did talk about it, and I did say, I covered it up, and I said, tell me which one you think, which mic you think is what, and I compared the two of them because it has some of the brightness of the TLM 103. TLM 103 is much more bright though than the King Bee, but for quality is very close. They were very good. The NT1 is technically flat. You do hear a lot of low end rumble on it if the shock mount isn't set just right and you don't do any roll off or anything like that. You're going to pick up a lot of low end rumble. As for highs, it does sound a little bit, I don't want to say shrill, that's the wrong word, but it is definitely, you hear a lot more detail in the highs. It's not really that it's presence. It's more like when you take sharpness on a computer in Photoshop and you turn it up to the point where it's beyond sharp. It's kind of almost that unnatural looking sharp. NT1 isn't exactly like that, but it's like if it went any farther, then it would be that overly sharpness. It's very, very detailed microphone. Very detailed, more detailed than many microphones, which is why it sometimes sounds a little awkward. I'm just curious, being a recently spawned avid fan of the NT. Yeah, NT1, I like it a whole lot. It's one of my favorite LDCs. Alan is wrong about not being able to review them, for his opinion is what matters. Well, thank you. Thank you, Liberty Dig. Ian Craig is in here. Headphones are a nightmare. Different ear shapes even affect the sound. You're right, spot on. No YouTube headphone review, and listening to the sound part reflects what we hear as viewers. So it's all about a trusted opinion, right? But not wanting to get into headphones is 100% perfectly valid. But with a mic, you actually hear it for yourself, not headphones. Exactly, that's what I said. So yeah, exactly. Great to see you, Ian. I'm glad you're in here, man. So finished all the B-roll. How long have I been going in this stream? 5 hours, 18 minutes, and 30 seconds. Booyah. And I had my Zip Fizz a long time ago. So now is when we get some ASMR of the drinking again. Sorry, guys. Been talking so long. It's the only bottle of water I've had. I haven't drank anything since... It's 3 something. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:50 a.m.
3:50 a.m. I should call it. 3:50 a.m. When did I have dinner? We had dinner about 6:30 or 7. Probably closer to 7. And that was when I had... Did I have something to drink for dinner? I had a cup of milk. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay. That is it then. So we are done with all the B-roll. That's awesome. I'm glad to be done with all this. Now I need to take the memory card out, stick this footage in the computer, and recharge the batteries. And then there was something I was going to shoot with this setup. I can't remember what it is now. My brain is no longer working. I'm glad to see that the audio has held up so well tonight. That's one thing that you do that I do like about the BPTRX is the fact that it has a long battery life. There is a high pitch, like if I go quiet, there is a little bit of a background noise that you hear in it. It's a modulation type sound. And I talked about that in my BPTRX review, which I just got through rewatching today. And I'm like, wow, I did a lot of tests on that thing. No wonder I tested that thing over 100 hours. Not going to ever do one like that again. And then the power on the camera there, I'm using a battery eliminator, but it's powering off of a battery, off of a USB battery. So, not a USB battery. What is this thing? It's a brick. It's one of those little bricks. It's like 20,000 milliamp hours. So I tell you, it's actually surprisingly good. So have a great night, all. Booyah, booyah, Alan. Thanks for the insight. Thanks for the wisdom sharing. Cheers. Cool. All right. Cool. So move this away. I'm going to loosen this a little bit because you don't ever lock a tripod when you're going to set it to store and not do anything. You might lock it a little bit, but if you lock it all the way down, like really, really hard, then it's going to perhaps, if it's a brake or something like that that's keeping it, like the slider right now, it's going to slide. But you go too hard on that, it's going to perhaps lock in position. So just barely enough to not move. See, it's barely moving. So should be good to go there. I just got to remember not to clothesline myself and knock over everything. But all right, we are good to go. So now I can go over here and actually let me make sure there's no more questions real quick. Thanks, Fallon. Hang out and troll you all night. Thanks to the great insight. Go and hydrate now. See ya. Yeah, I'm not going to do that on camera. Okay, so I'm now crawling underneath the cable and just about to end this stream. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I really appreciate it. And I will see you in the future on yet another one of these live streams. Y'all take care.